was on. It, Hey, welcome back to Life with Paulette. And today we are having an amazing topic, a topic that we normally don't usually talk about. It is so needed here in these YouTube streets, and especially coming from, holiness, um, the little holiness walk group. And even in holiness, we also have situations where we just have to just come out and talk tough conversations. I have my sister Elvira here with me that she's going to help guide us through because, it is a sensitive topic for me. We also have Sister Davis that she's going to be one of our guest speaker that she also have a whole lot that she want to share in regards to parenting with children with special needs. And with that due, I'm going to pass over to Sister Elvira because she's going to be the one to help set the tone for us because it's all so sensitive. If y'all see me crying, don't take it personal, okay? It's this my hot button right here, okay? Thank you, Sister
Yeah.
Elvira, for sharing and joining with us here over at Life with Paulette. You guys can watch it either at my channel or her channel. But this topic, like I mentioned, she's going to be the one to guide us through this tough conversations. We'll see you.
Put me out there then. Put me out there then.
Yeah, you know, you guys
Yes, how are
thank you.
you? Yes. Happy Sunday to everyone watching. We are streaming on both platforms. So whichever one you want to fit in, that's what you do. Just come on in and join the conversation. Thank you, Sister Paulette. This is a very, very impactful um, very, very impactful conversation just because of the topic in which it is. And I thank you so much for having us here to talk about it. And we don't want to waste nobody's time. Is Sister Davis here yet?
Um, I am waiting on her. Let me see if I don't see her in the chat. I don't see. Oh, Sister Davis is in the chat. Hello, Sister Davis. If you are here, I'm going to share the link right now. So that way we can get this thing started. Hope everybody's doing great. Welcome in. Welcome in. And as always, me and these YouTubers, little link is definitely, I copied the link. Sorry about that. There we go. There we go, Sister Davis. If you are on, you can just come into the streaming so we can pull you up and we just going to go through and just have a normal holiness conversation with all the sisters. We all have something that we want to share. And in the meantime, while we wait for Sister Davis, I also want to just welcome in Sister Dawn. Welcome, Sister Dawn. Welcome. Thank you for joining us over here at Life with Paulette and at EFP Media as well. And Georgina, thank you, Georgina, for also coming in. They're all my moderators, and we all gonna share with you guys today. Hi, Sister Denny Cole. Welcome in. Thank you guys for coming.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to add Sister Davis to the stage. And I don't know, Sister EFP, if you have any type of guidance for us. I know we both love to talk, me and Sister Davis. So you want to add that in before we start? You're the one that's going to lead here. Go ahead.
Oh no, y'all are good. I would say just for hey, Sister Davis.
Hello, everyone. God bless. I'm gonna say up front, guys, I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna be have my face on the camera. I don't. I was trying to get my picture up there, but I don't know what happened. So, anyway,
It's
No
okay.
that
Don't
is a
problem.
worry.
picture of my son on my profile in the chat, though, so everybody would know. So.
Aw,
Okay,
no problem.
perfect. Thank you
Yes.
for sharing with us. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, so just I would say the story, I think a good time frame is maybe like a 10 minutes. Like if you see that you're reaching a like a 10-minute talking span, maybe taking a pause so we can kind of get in. I don't think no one wants to interrupt a good story. So being that we all of us on this panel can chat it up, maybe just if we see ourselves, not saying we have to, but if you see ourselves talking for longer than 10 minutes, then we might need to wrap it up. I know neither one of you have temples where you are, but when you get one, it's going to be hilarious because during praise and worship service, the person at the forefront always says, keep your testimony short, right? But when you start
Hmm.
talking a little too long, they be like, all right, amen, sister. All right, sister,
Right,
amen. We're gonna have to
right.
bring it on in. So I think that we always smile in the congregation because people get excited and you get nervous and you get a little chatty, but it's always funny
Hmm.
when they like just give us direction. And some may think that that's can be a little rude, but you're not the only one, right? So and it's so many other people standing that they try to get to everyone in the room. So I just thought that was funny because that happened last Sunday. But anyway, y'all, let's get on into it. Cause see, there I go talking.
Oh, that's okay. I'm gonna try to wrap it up quicker than 10 minutes. Trust me. So,
You're gonna do fine. You're gonna do fine. So one of the things that Sister Paulette and I were talking about when we were kind of going over the format for the show was both of you, just to set the tone and the scenery, is that both Paulette and Sister Davis, firstborn, which is a son, they're both have special needs. And what I wanted to do is before we kind of got into navigating life with a child with special needs, I wanted both of you to kind of paint the picture for us. So, when you got married and then you and your husband decided to have a child and then go through the story of, like your pregnancy. And we're going to just stop there. So the story is getting married, you and your husband planning to have a child, and then your pregnancy prior to you actually giving birth. And then we'll kind of pick it up from there. And Sister Davis, you can go first.
thank you. And I love the way you're doing this because that'll help me keep focused. And that, yeah. So I wrote a lot of notes down. So I'm glad you're helping me out with that. So basically, I got married when I was around 35 years old, I'll say, or yeah, around 34, 34. And my husband and I, neither one of us ever had children or anything like that. So when I did become pregnant, I was told that I was high risk, meaning that for my age, there would possibly be possible complications, but it was not a guarantee. But they just let me know that I'm not in the average, what they call category for having a baby. I guess because I waited to after my close to mid 35 or 35 ish or something. And one of the things that the doctors wanted to do was give me what you call an amniocentesis, where they stick a needle in your belly to drain fluid to tell you whether or not the child was normal or it was going to probably have complications. Well, me and my husband was not doing that because it's like I'm not having an animal. I'm having a child, and I don't care if it's going to have no arms, no legs, or whatever the condition is going to be. We still want this baby. We've been wanting. This is our gift from God. And also, on the other flip side of that is, if we had the test done and she gave us the results, who would want to be worrying, being a mother carrying a baby, you can stress the baby out as well. So who would want that, stress on them? So we declined that. So that's prior to us having a baby. So I'll make that brief. I don't know if I can hear Sister Elvira.
Thank you for that. I put the
Okay.
microphone has a mute button, so I'll be pressing that instead of the StreamYard.
That's okay.
I said thank you, Sister Davis. And I would ask Paulette. Excuse me. I was asking Paulette if she wanted to go ahead and go.
Absolutely. So my story is I got married at the age of 23 years old. At the beginning, we both had a career, so we were focusing on a career. We were not even planning to have kids. We were like, no, we're not going to have any kids. So 7 years went by, and I had a mommy moment where I decided, hey, I'm missing something in my life. You know, life was going good. We both were just climbing the ladder. We got carried away in, out there making this money. And we decided at 7 years that I think it's time for us to have a child. I had no complication. I had no issues during my whole pregnancy. There was no signs. I know Sister Davis mentioned that the doctors told her to do certain testings and stuff because they saw that it would be a high risk. I had no high risk. I mean, I didn't see nothing coming. At, at the 40 weeks, I went straight. I had my baby at the appropriate time. It was functional. Everything was going great. Not until the 16 months of pregnancy, that's when we started to notice. And I don't want to run ahead, Sister Elvira. Make sure you slow me down if I'm going too fast. Like I say, these is
You
topics
said
that we normally
16 months of pregnancy.
say again.
You said you said 16 months of pregnancy.
No, no, no. I did 40 weeks pregnant. I had the baby at 16 months after I had the baby. That's when we
Oh,
started to notice that there was a little something was not right at 16 months after the baby was 16 months going into his first year. So I didn't see any signs of anything until then. And my mom was the one that her and my husband saw. And they're like, something is not right, Paulette. But as parents, we're in denial. If I'm going ahead, slow me down, Sister Elvira.
no,
You
you're
know,
fine. I guess your pregnancy journey was kind of quick.
it was quick,
It was quick. You was like, so you went through your pregnancy. You had a great pregnancy. You didn't have any complications. You were glowing. You were happy. Your baby was kicking and moving. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
It sure was
Okay.
great pregnancy.
So you're transitioning. So since you are speaking, the next question was our testimony part of the story is, at what point did you notice your child may be different, and when did it catch your attention? You said he was 16 months old, so you could start back up from there.
Perfect. At 16 months old, that's when my mom started to notice that, he was babbling, but he was not babbling as like consistent like other kids. It's our first kid. I didn't have nobody to compare him to. So I was just going off of my mom that had six kids. She probably know better than me. That only was my first. So she was like, okay, he's going to be a little delayed. And she said, don't worry, she said, because your sister was delayed. Now she talks more than anything. So it was like, okay, so you give me a little hope. In my mind, I was not even thinking that he was going to be the special. I just thought he was a little bit delayed. He will catch up. So God kept sending me people that was already either a few years ahead of me, and they were just guiding me through the process, preparing me for the big day. I call it the big kahuna, the big day. And I wasn't aware of it at that moment in time. And then my mom, when she mentioned it to me, my husband also said he used to call me daddy, but he was deployed at the time. So, by the way, my mom came to me when my husband, who is a retired military, he was deployed back to back, Iraq and then Afghanistan. So I needed someone to be, to help me raise this child that was my first child and I knew nothing about. Once that happened, that's how mom got into the picture with me. So hubby noticed when he came on leave for 30 days, him and my mom was like, no, this is what we're going to do. And then I had a friend that I met at the church that I was attending at that time that she had a special need daughter. She noticed my son and she came up to me. I don't know who she was at the time. And she said, I just want to tell you something. Here's a little trifolder. She said, it's okay. She said, my daughter, like a messenger, she just came up to me and started to talk about, what she noticed. And she said, don't feel alarmed. She said, but my daughter went through the same thing. She said, and I just wanted to let you know, go take the course. She said, next week, I'm going to take my daughter because she has to go into that area to get updated in regards to how her progress was going. She said, I'll bring you along so you could just see it. So she introduced me into something that I was no aware of, but everybody else knew something was different, but I was in denial. So I took my son there, and that's how I got into the program and made them do the testing. But mainly my husband and my mom was the one that woke up earlier than me and and suggested that that would have been something that I would have done. Am I still on course? Just help me,
Yeah,
sister.
that's
Let me know.
perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And what about for you, Sister Davis? Was it at the time of his birth that you all were aware that he may be different than the other children, or was it after a certain age where you started to see his development not taking root as other children that you're familiar with?
Yeah. So my story or experience is kind of almost similar to that of Sister Paulette's. Um, so I want to say real quick that I wanted to mention this before. So the week that I actually had given birth to my son, I went to a normal doctor's checkup. And what happened was I've never had high blood pressure, but my blood pressure spiked up so high. And I had just seen her 2 weeks and it was like water weight that I gained like 20 pounds in like, I guess, a week and a half or two. And they just found that very irregular. So she told me, well, we have to send you to the hospital. And she's like, you have preeclampsia, toxemia, which is a dangerous thing to have when you're carrying a baby. And the only cure to get rid of that was to have the baby. At that time, I was like 32 weeks pregnant, almost 33 weeks pregnant. And so, anyway, I went off to the hospital. And I remember that day I hadn't ate anything. I was like, oh Lord, if I had known this, I sure would have ate something. Because I didn't know what I was up against that whole week. They had to induce labor. They had to give me what they call cervix softeners. And I was just bedridden. So anyway, when I had my son, um, his heart rate stopped, kind of slowed, really slowed down. And long story short, I had already told the Lord I didn't want a cesarean birth. I wanted to have a vaginal birth. And when his heart rate started slowing down, I remember the doctors rushing in. And I just began to tell the Lord, like, Lord, I told you I didn't want no cesarean. And I didn't know, but my husband and mom was in the room and they were praying as well. And then the next thing you hear, you go boop, 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 and the heart rate monitor went back up. So the Lord worked that out for me. Thank you, Jesus. And so after he was born, I'm talking about noticing things. So when he was a baby, to me, he looked like what you call the quote unquote average baby. He acted like the quote unquote average baby, but I did notice that when I would take him to church, when he was around, say about 8 months or 9 or 10 months, I would notice that even like at one, I would notice that when we was in the church, he would look up at the ceiling a lot and look at the lights and stare. Now, I didn't know at the time that that was considered a symptom or a sign of, for children with autism is staring at the lights. And I had plenty of nieces and nephews, but I guess I never paid attention to whether or not they did it or not. But he did that. And so when I took him to the doctor, then another time I noticed something was wrong was he turned 2 years old and he walked kind of early, like, he walked at probably around a little after 12 months, maybe 13 or 14 months, he started walking. But when he got to be 2 years old, going on three, he still wasn't what you call verbal. It's like what Sister Paulette said, he may have been babbling or dad, mama, but not nothing like a child, like at 2 years old, can look at something that's like tree or car, just things that you would see what other children would do at that age. So I got a little concerned, but like Sister Paulette said, sometimes you can be in denial because I guess that's what they mean when they say love is blind. You don't see things that other people might see on the outside looking in, but when it's your child, it's like you love them so you don't really see those signs. So anyway, I took him to his doctor's appointment and she said, "Oh boy, he's not talking yet." And I said, "No, he's not really talking. I don't know, you know, why he's not talking or nothing." But she's like, "Well, we need to, figure something out here because I'm thinking that he might have, what autism." So she recommended that he be tested. So that's how we got the early detection about him because not only did his doctors, figure that he had something wrong with him, but the fact that he wasn't verbalizing or communicating. And when he would walk, when he got a little older, but we'll get to that, he would walk on his tippy toes and he might like, do little things like stem or whatever, and we'll talk about that too as far as stemming. But yeah, he was just, and he didn't have any fear. That's another thing about my baby. He would actually literally get on the top of our couch and walk across the couch on the top. And other people be so afraid, like, he's gonna fall, you better get him down. But I said, this baby ain't got no fear. He just does things. And so yeah, it was just wow, it was just something thinking about all that. But yeah, that's when we noticed that we had probably an issue when he wasn't verbal and he wasn't able to communicate with us, like, and he wouldn't give us that direct eye contact. So yeah, I'll cut it off there.
Amazing. So for you, your son, Sister Davis, it was after the age of 2.
Yeah, around two or a little after two.
And Sister Paulette, it was around 16 months. Now, at the 16-month mark, is that when you took him to be evaluated, or did it take a couple more months after that, Sister Paulette, before you actually reached out to a professional?
For me, it was after the 16 month because, like I tell you, my husband was not here. And
Mhm,
I was in denial. So for
mhm,
me, it was like, you all don't know what you're talking about. I'm living with him every day. I see him do things. He had not changed.
Mm-hmm.
So my
mhm,
in denial was so strong that it took my husband after like 6 months later. So he completed at 2. In the process of my husband coming back on his R&R, I think they called it, leave, he was already in completing his 2-year old, so turning 1 year old. So before my husband could come to him, that's when he had his first episode, where he, at that time they call it um, cerebral seizure. And going back to Sister Davis, when she mentioned with my son, his heart rate, going back to the birth portion, his heart rate also went down, and I had to have an emergency C-section. I forgot to
mm,
mention that part. So I had an emergency C-section because his heart rate kept dropping as well. Now
mhm.
they're counting down emergency C-section for you and giving you all these papers to sign to tell you, hey, if something happened, they're not responsible. So I'm half drunk because they inject you with so much stuff and
Yeah.
signing things I couldn't read, I couldn't understand. But I did had my mom and my husband at the same time in the room. So they were dealing with all of that. But I had they told me I had 4 minutes or 5 minutes that he had to come out. Otherwise, I would have lost him. So his heart rate just stopped, and that's when it took over. But it was, that was the scariest part of everything. And I still can't understand what really happened. And like a twinkling of an eye, we went from a perfect pregnancy to a little devastated at the beginning. So I wanted to add that because I forgot that part, which was the scariest part. And then we're going to go back to what you were mentioning, the signs. And no, I did not went right away like, God would send people to me to open my eyes, but being in denial, I couldn't see it. So my husband, before my son got 1 year old, he had the first episode, and then my husband came home on emergency leave. And when he got home, he said, "Okay, he's 1 year, so at this point in time, and this is what we're going to do." Like, I know you all probably used to hearing me say my husband activates real quick. So he's like, "This is what we're going to do. I know what you're saying, honey. I understand, but this is what we're going to do." So he did one of those tactics on me. And I said, "Okay, but I'm going to show you that you're wrong, because there's nothing wrong with him." And then I contacted the girl that had told me months prior, the at the church. I contacted her and she walked me through. And yes, I went and visit when she took her daughter just to see it, but I still did not activate anything until my husband came and he took action. And then a few months later, we set up this stuff. But in militaries, like, you could set up and it can be like 6 months out. It can be 8 months out, because you're definitely so many other people having the same scenario as you. And to add in that, in 2009, I didn't only have me was pregnant. I had my other sister. My sister was pregnant, and one of my cousins was pregnant at the same time. We all 2009 babies, and all of the three. Mine was the scenario with the severe apraxia when they did the testing on him, where his speech, his cognitive, they told me they will only use 33% of his brains, because, and they told me he would never walk. They told me he would never talk. They told me that my son would not be able, he would be like mute for the rest of his life. And they give me a whole bunch of nothing, because God is the one that's always going to have the last word. And we're going to, Sister Elvira, I'm not trying to run ahead of all your questions, but I just wanted to share that part, that I was not the only one in 2009. And I did question God, like, why me? Why,
It's
why,
okay.
why are you sending me? Out of everybody, I'm the one that has to carry this. And, I get, sorry,
It's okay. It's okay. You can cry.
I did question. And sometimes I still question, but I'm more settled with it and I accept it.
Hmm.
And I'm learning to know that it's such a beautiful gift to have. And he teaches me more about how to deal with him. And I
Hmm.
love him to express himself, even though they told me he couldn't do and he would never do. Well, my son
Hmm.
can walk. Y'all saw my son. He can talk, not to
Hmm.
perfection, but they could not diagnose him um with autism. He's not diagnosed with
Hmm.
anything because he don't meet any spectrum. He's just, and that's another story that I would like to, probably broad further around, Sister Elvira, because I didn't know that, God always have a better plans for you than you have for yourself. So I did question at the beginning of why me, and
Can you mute me, Sister Davis? Thank you.
I did question of why me, why me? Like, Lord,
Hmm.
I did everything. I followed every step. I had a perfect pregnancy. Why me? And
Hmm.
the voice that came back was, why not you, Paulette? You're
Right.
equipped to this. The other ones would not be able to survive. You can. So hush. I got a little tough love there. Like, I couldn't give it to this one or that one because they will not be able to handle it. They can't they couldn't sustain this situation. But you're equipped. I'm going to equip you. I'm going to guide you. I'm going to give you the knowledge and understanding to deal with it. And the sooner you stop whining, Paulette, the quicker you'll be able to help somebody else. And I was telling the other day, I was talking to Sister Elvira because we were trying to figure out where we want to go with this. And I was like, It's been so long since I talk about the subject that it's emotional when you got to go back. It's like somebody just ripping off a band-aid again. And kudos to Sister Davis. It's not an easy band-aid to rip off. And now I got like I'm exposing myself again to the world after I had already moved past. But because we know that we need to talk about these subjects more and more to gain awareness to the world and on these YouTube streets, yes, you're going to find information, but at the same time, you need to talk about your story. So today, thank you, Sister Davis, for sharing your story and allowing me, even though I'm ripping off my band-aids, that this is real stories, guys. We didn't ask for this. This is a gift that God gives us, and we're learning how to maneuver, how to manage through this. It's not easy. I ain't gonna tell you it's easy, but would I change it for anything? I would never change what God gave me. I'm going to embrace it. And I think we need to learn more of that, how to embrace it, Lord. Lord, give me the patience that I would need in order to deal with it. It's not easy, but it's so necessary because our story is going to help many people in the future. I know it. I'm going to hush right now so you could proceed because I can just go on, Sister Elvira. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you for sharing. And yes, thank you to both of you for opening up this conversation. And, so you mentioned before I go into my part, and I apologize, Sister Davis, I did hear what Paulette, you named the diagnosis of what your son has. Sister Davis, you mentioned autism, but is that all? Is it autism with something else, or is it just autism in itself?
Okay, thank you. So he was diagnosed with autism, but um, he also has sleep problems with sleeping at night, and he has allergies, so he's allergic to things like peanuts, and so to be careful with things like that. He has a diagnosis of epilepsy. I don't think that all children that have autism have those traits, but yeah, he those are just a few things that he deal with too. So yeah,
Okay.
but
Okay.
he's
Thank
not
you.
really on any spectrum per se. But he
Right.
does have the diagnosis of autism.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be kind of clear for all of us as we deepen this conversation, that anybody that, is listening and watching, they have a very good understanding of where the children or teenagers or adult, because Sister Davis, my little cousin, he not no baby, he 20 years old. And Sister Paulette's son is 16. So they not babies. We're not talking to women who have little boys. They got young men. Okay. And that in itself is a journey. I'm the one up here with a 5-year old. Okay. So I'm all the way at the beginning of the of the starting point. And as we navigate the conversation, when Sister Paulette asked me to join her on this conversation, I said, "Girl, these shoes are big to fill. What am I going to say?" And she was like, you can, Elvira, you got something to talk about. And I said, yeah. I said, but my son is, what society would consider normal. And I said, so, I mean, I don't really have any struggles. I said, but um, I opened up with her and I told her, I said, well, me having him was a very interesting story. And I was saying to her that, and many of you that are listening, you know this story once again, but I'm going to share for those who don't. Today we had Elder Ben Arrington at Raleigh Temple, because y'all see Minister Lodges in Canada. I'm sharing this for a reason. Elder Ben tells a story over and over again, and he said, "I know many of y'all heard this story, but I'm gonna say it again because somebody else need to hear it." So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to share this story, my testimony with just being pregnant with children. So prior to giving birth to Legend, I was pregnant twice. So Sister Paulette says she got pregnant in 2009. I was just graduating high school in 2009. So when I got to, yes, Elder Dan, yes, Sister Don, when I got to college, my last year in college, I was dating who at the time was just my boyfriend, but we later got engaged. So throughout this story, I will refer to him as my ex fiance. And when we got pregnant in 2012, we were young. He was on the way to graduating college, and so was I. And I got pregnant with a little girl. And one night, I don't know. I just hadn't have felt her movements for a while, but I didn't pay it no mind. It was my first time ever being pregnant, so I didn't pay no mind to it. And then I end up taking a bath because I was having contractions at the time. I did not know that's what it was. I did not know what I was going through was contractions. So if I knew what I knew now, been like, I don't think you should have took a bath because that actually helped them come faster. And then next thing you know, I guess I started going into labor. And when we got to the hospital, um, they realized they put the heart monitor on my stomach and they did not hear a heartbeat. So the baby had, passed away. So this was my first time ever going through something of giving birth to an alive baby. So which is what we consider a stillborn. And in America today, if a woman was to go through that, they would consider that as an emergency A word that ends with ION. So though it's not a volunteer a word, it's a medical procedure that needs to be done because there's no other way to get the baby out once you get to a certain stage of the pregnancy. And I was young at that time. I was very, very young at that time. I was only like, this happened at 22 years old because this happened in May. And my birthday in 2013, this happened in May. So that took place. And then, my fiance and I, we just kind of picked up the pieces. I'll never, um, I didn't at that time realize how miscarriages and stillborns actually affect the man as well. And then we got pregnant again in 2017. And I was already considered a high risk pregnancy because of what I went through in 2013. And he was so excited. Like he was so excited for us. He was always a good guy. I would never take that away from him. And we were so excited. So our daughter name was Marley, and we named this boy name was Jackson. And when I was like, I need to go to the doctor, I said, because his movement's been a little slower than usual. So we went, and when we went in the room and they checked for the heartbeat, it was no heartbeat. I've never heard a man scream so loud in my life. I felt horrible because I was like, this happened to us again. I didn't know. And I was sharing that story with Paulette because Paulette didn't know that about me. So I was telling her, many people disrespect me by, saying little things about being a single mother, unmarried, but you don't know my story. And when I got pregnant with my baby boy, Legend, I did not know if he was going to be here. And I remember I'm not going to be a liar. He wasn't conceived in the most favorable circumstances. But I remember when I found out I was pregnant, I remember saying to God, like, if you don't want this baby to be here, he not going to be here because you already took two away from me. So I'm already ready for whatever you bring this time. I didn't care. I didn't want a baby shower. I didn't want nobody to, I didn't even want nobody to see me.
Take your time, sis. It's okay. Breathe. It's okay.
Okay. Your best friend.
So
I
tasty.
didn't want nobody to see me pregnant because I wasn't happy. So I hid myself from the world. And my family, they so selfish because they didn't know what I was going through. Not my mom or my dad, but the extended family. They just knew that, if Ira don't come around and she didn't invite us to the baby shower and all of these things, but not knowing I didn't even want the baby shower. I did not want to be honored. I did not want nobody to see me. Because when you get pregnant and everybody sees your stomach and you go to the hospital and you walk out without a baby, that's traumatizing. When you see somebody else and they like, where's the baby? You had the baby. And you got to say to them that the baby didn't make it. And those types of experiences, I didn't want to have to experience again. And what happened is that as the months and kept going by, um, my stomach kept getting bigger and bigger, and y'all know I'm 5'11" and I'm slim. So um it wasn't until I was about 5-6 months pregnant till people could really see that I was actually pregnant. And I remember, the stomach kept getting bigger and the heartbeat still ticking, still ticking, still ticking. And every day I'm nervous, like, I don't know how far along I'm gonna get into this pregnancy, that to the point I was shocked when I made it to the end. And the doctor did say, like, okay, you're high risk, so we want to go ahead and induce your labor. And I realized that that's a money grab. Let's induce you so we can get some more money by giving birth in the hospital is like 10 grand. But if you add inducing on top of that, then you got a little extra in there. So uh when that time came, I too, Sister Davis, was about 32 weeks. My son was supposed to be born, or maybe I was a little further along than that. I'm sorry, I was actually 36 weeks, I think it was. His due date was supposed to be June 5th. My mother's birthday is January 5th. And my mother's birthday is January 6th. And I end up having Legend on December 30th. And when I held him in my arms, I just could not believe that I did it through the grace of God and he's here. And, I thank God. I thank and praise God for him. I thank and praise God for that. And my dad always encourages me because sometimes, guys, I just be talking and I'm like, it's this, it's that. And my dad always reminds me, be grateful for your child because you don't know what your story would have been with the other children. And you don't know what you would have had to endure and what part of, what if they would have made it and they came out with complications and then you would have had that to add on to this and that. And he says, so be grateful that not only is Legend here, but he's okay. And, that sharing that with Paulette, she was like, oh, Ira, that's a story. And I said, yeah, girl. And I end up telling my dad, I'm hitting the 10-minute mark, and I'm end up telling my dad, and my dad was like, and baby girl, you're going to be telling that story for the rest of your life. He said, because no one in my family has ever went through what I had to go through. It wasn't like being 13 weeks, 12 weeks pregnant, and then the baby comes out through a bowel movement or you go to the restroom. I had to physically go inside of a hospital, get induced, and give birth, go through contractions, get my cervix softened so the baby can come out. I had to give birth twice to unalive babies. That is the type of trauma in your body, in your mind, in your heart you can never prepare for. So, yeah, when it comes to Legend in our family, he's the little golden child. He is. That's why his name is Legend, because he is the first of my kind. He's the first grandchild. And to us, he is legendary because we are so happy to have him. So, though I may not have you and Sister David's story, motherhood in itself, of even getting here to be a mother, is a story in itself. And I thank you guys for giving me the space to share. And I see you over there, Sister Paulette, you crying with me, girl. Sister Davis, you over there crying?
Yeah, I mean, I
Girl,
can,
Marvin, I just want to
it
say
was,
thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
yeah. Thanks
That
for being
touched me.
vulnerable.
And I know Sister Davis as well. We've been there. Anything with motherhood is
Hmm.
definitely a topic here that's qualified. And we
Hmm.
all going to come to that point where we can soften up on each other and share something. And that just now, that melted me like a pot of butter on top of a hot heat. Like I felt that deep. Thank you. Thank you for sharing, sis.
Thanks
It's
for
things that
being
we're
transparent.
learning from each other that we don't know. And it's so good to get a little meat here and there, a little bit at a time. I appreciate you for doing that, sister. You're one of us, I say.
Yes,
Sister
yes,
Davis, you
yes.
have something to say?
Oh, the floor is yours, Sister
Sister,
Davis.
Sister Davis, you wanted to share with her since she did such an amazing
Oh,
job at sharing with us.
right. I want to thank you all for being transparent and vulnerable and allowing yourself to be vulnerable and to share your stories because it's not easy. Because, like you said, it's like ripping up old band aids off of wounds that you are trying to heal from. But, yeah, and I thought about something else when you mentioned your dad. I thought about my dad. He didn't get the chance to really know my son, but he gave all his grandkids nicknames, and he gave my son the nickname of Miracle. And I
Oh,
said, wow, I wonder did my daddy know what was my son was going to be going through to name him Miracle? Because all the other ones had stuff like Chubby or a Squirt, something like that, a little bit. But he gave my baby the nickname Miracle. So I wish he was alive now so he could see what this miracle really is about. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just
no,
trying
don't
to.
be sorry. That's beautiful. We said we're gonna be crying. I hope they got their tissues ready.
Yeah,
This is a touching story. These are touching stories, and
yeah.
it's not an easy walk. It's a day by
It's
day
not.
um struggle. And we have some questions here, and I'm going to go ahead and jump into them. Now that we kind of have a background, and some of these questions I can answer, and then some of these questions I can't answer because they're specific to Life with Paulette and Sister Davis. But the one question that I'm so excited to hear with Little Will and Jaden's, what do you see as your child's greatest strength or skill?
Wow, that's a good question. For me, his greatest strength is being able to. He doesn't. I don't know. I guess tolerating pain, if you will. That might sound funny for some, but he's a big boy. When I say big boy, even at a young age, he was always exemplifying big boy behavior. I mean, he's not one of those little crybabies, and he will try things, you know what I'm saying? He will try
Yeah.
and attempt things. And he doesn't have fear. That's another thing that's a skill of his that it takes a lot to get my baby scared. When I say my baby, he's actually 22. So when I say get my baby, like Elvira said, he's a little man, but he's gonna always be my baby. That's what my daddy told me, and I was grown, well over that, and he told me I'm always gonna be his baby. So yeah, but I think his skill set is like he catches on quickly. Like my husband, like he can show him something how to do it, and if he works with him just a little while, he catches on pretty quickly on some things, and he's able to detect like I created a code for his tablet, and he knows how to get into that code, like he memorized that code because that's important to him. So things that are important to him, he makes special note of how to, you know, he makes special note of how to, remember how to do it, or, like, it's just funny because he knows how to go around the house and like he'll put stuff away, but I'll say, where is this? He may be able to go back and just find it or stuff, but it's a lot more than I want to say, but I'm gonna let her answer that. But yeah, his biggest strength and skill is, I guess, not being afraid, being able to challenge himself. Not, it takes a lot to make him, give up. He's just resilient. So I love that about him. So yeah.
That's amazing. I'm sorry, I said
Well,
20.
that's
He's 22. He's 22.
Yeah,
So
he's up
that's
there.
that's a
amazing, Sister Davis. I gotta give him his extra 2 years. What about for you? What are Jaden's greatest strengths or skills?
I will ditto off of Sister Davis because I think you're special needs spectrum. They're very intelligent. They can memorize things. They can retain. Their retaining is like on 1,000. You know, so that skill of learning codes and learning how to follow routines and stuff like that, I would say my son is similar. But one of his greatest strengths as a mother that I notice is my son, he loves to serve others. So even right now that he's going through school, he basically, they put him in that category of service because he enjoys making sure that everybody else is taken care of. I think he have a little bit of me because that's one of my strengths. I always make sure others are taken care of, others are encouraged because that's how some people cut like that. He's cut like that. In school, they're figuring out what kind of jobs that he would want to go into, and we want him to be able to experience working or doing anything in the out there, and service is one of his main one. At home, his sister, he makes sure that she's protected at all times. He takes care of his sister. If anybody will even raise their voice in an alto, he's like that, be nice to my sister. He's always there protecting and guiding. So I would say that's one of his main strengths is service and protecting.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm sure, like, growing up and seeing them develop, and they pick up these little traits and stuff. So with Legend, his greatest skill is he can retain. He's really good at retaining information a little bit too well, and he's very what they would say, like, STEM driven. He's very into things that like Legos, building, adding, numbers, those type of things that I've seen him develop into. Um, and he's like, I think he was one, and he was calling me by my first name because I lived with my mom, which is going to ease me into my second question for y'all. I lived with my mom for the first 5 years, 4 years of his life. And it's so funny because I wasn't even with the truth of God, the truth of the Bible, didn't even open up my Bible. But one thing I said, I was like, I'm going to stay here till he's 5, and then I'm moving to the Raleigh area. And that's what happened. And I thank God for that because, like, my mom was there to help me raise him. And he was talking, so he'll hear me call my mom mommy or ma. And no one in the house is calling me mommy, okay? Because I'm living with my mama and I live with my sister. So they're all saying Elvira or Evie. So he would call me Elvira. And he was younger, maybe going on 1, but he was young. And he'll be like, Elvira. And and I'll be like, no, my name's mommy. And he'll hold my face like this, and take his nose and rub it on my nose. And I'm like, that's not going to win me over. My name is Mommy. And it took a little while. He knew I was his mother, but he called my mommy, and then he called me Elvira. And then the older he got, he calls my mom now Mama Val, and then he calls me Mommy. But just his ability growing up and just seeing him take on those skills, those communication skills really early. And he has a heart. He is so empathetic and so patient, more than me. And sometimes he reminds me, Mommy, don't rush me. And he's not, and that's me. The next question on here is like, what's your parenting style? Certain things I don't correct my child on because sometimes I need that correction. And when I'm doing something like that and I'm like rushing him or doing something, and he checks me, not that he knows that's what he's doing, but he's just like, Mommy, don't rush me. He's like, Mommy, give me time. Don't rush. No rush. And I need that because in my brain, I'm like, let's go right now. And that's not good. So having a child he's very empathetic and very STEM driven. So I hope he gets into architecture, something with numbers, mathematician, something. He told me he's going to have a lot of money and drive a Lamborghini. I don't know how he's going to do that, but that's what he said. So we're going to be all right. Oh, y'all go. Oh, let me go to the next question.
Awesome.
I'm up here like I'm one of the
Awesome.
guests. My bad.
No, that's fine. I mean, we gonna get Lamborghini now. We got work a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. So going into that, I wanted to know, because you, Paulette, and Sister Davis, I know that primarily for you, Sister Davis, you are your child's primary caregiver. And then you, Sister Paulette, you and your husband, I don't want to get in your business. I think both of you are like kind of retired or something. So you're home. Basically, both of y'all are
Signal,
home with your
the
children
signal is a
every
little
day.
bit
My
on off.
signal?
Hmm.
How's it coming
Yeah,
up, everybody?
it's like you're coming. Okay, now we could now it's a little clearer. At first, it sounded like a little robot, sis.
Does it sound like robotic now? Okay. So with that being said, I wanted to know, either one of you can go first. Who helped you in caring for your child? So on a daily, did you have a nurse come in, a caregiver come in? Because right now, both of you are working with your children every day, or you're home with your children every day. And I wanted to kind of gauge into, like, when going back now, when you found out your child has this special need, what was your answer? Did you get a nurse? Did you get classes? Did you take courses? Like, how did you navigate that huge shift in your life? Either one of you can go first.
Just if you don't mind, I'll go first. That way you can, I'll be fast. For me, basically, like I mentioned to you guys, we are background military, so my husband was deployed at the time. Um, and basically, my mom was here for me. Like, she came up, she was there the first, she saw me through the good, the bad, and the ugly with my son when he had his first episode. He had it with her, not with me, by the way. I was at a conference and she had already called the ambulance. She did everything. And by the time I got there, I was at the hospital because mom had taken care of everything, knowing that I needed that. If I had to do it driving, she already knew her daughter. So she took over. And when I got a call, he was already in the hospital. He was already there. He was good. And she knew that she called and say, everything is good. this is what happened. So, like I mentioned, for me, my mom was there for me, um, all the way till my child turned 3 years old. That was his last, I would say, not episode, but his last time that he had a grand mal that I thought he had a grandma. That was the first time when he left me, and she was there for the first round. Then he had another one further on, which we will go in. But my mom was there through the thick and thin, the whole process. My husband was deployed from all the whole time period. The first 2 years of my son's life, his dad was in war, Afghanistan or Iraq. That's where he was at. So, um,
Okay. So for me, my mother was living at the time, so she was very instrumental in helping myself and my husband with watching our son because we both worked, and she was able to like would get him off the bus from school sometime, or if I worked the evening shift or whatever, my husband's at home during the day, he can get him off the bus. But I learned a lot of things, even in that, with him growing up going to school. And I guess we'll get to that too and touch on that. But as far as his upbringing is concerned, yeah, he had a lot of, I had support in that way, as far as my mother being able to be there for him. And I had a niece that I could rely on if I needed her to watch him or babysit him. She was able to do that. Children that are with autism, they sometimes withdraw. They're kind of withdrawn sometimes. They don't always like to, it's hard for them to like, should I say, embrace people or just to get to really trust them or whatever. And they do everything like routinish. So, yeah, but my mom she was a very big help and I miss her in that fact as well. But yeah, we both raised them, but my mom was a big part of that. So I was thankful to have her, because you can't trust everybody with your child. And it takes patience to deal with children like that because one minute they can be happy and the next minute they can be in a mood swing or just something that really makes them upset and you don't really know what causes it. So it was important for us to have somebody that we could trust that was going to treat our child with patience and with love. And you know and that's something I struggle with even bringing them up, is that I want to treat them like the quote unquote average child, but at the same time it was hard because I had to challenge myself to recognize and remember that he does have limitations. So don't ever make him feel like he's overwhelmed, like I'm putting too much pressure on him to do something that he probably couldn't do. And children like that, they learn quickly sometimes, and they can probably do pretty much as anything anybody else can do. It just takes them a little while to process it. But the thing is that you get somebody that's a good support system, somebody that you know that is gonna treat your child like you want them to be treated. But again, they have to have plenty of patience because and I learned that you can't take things personal, like you was saying, sit there, Robert, that even in your parenting, like you couldn't get upset with things that he did because first of all, that's part of his personality. So and then you have to realize that with children that are not verbal, so when they try to express themselves, it gets frustrating for them because they expect you to know what they're talking about all the time, and because why, your mom and your dad, and they expect you to know. So it's a struggle even dealing with that. So for a while he would point to things, or he would try to I tell him go get what you want. But yeah, it's hard because, like I said, they don't. If they're nonverbal, they're not able to tell you what they want, so they expect you to know, and they don't know how to express themselves. And they can get frustrated if you don't read what they're saying or what they're trying to tell you. So yeah, so we got a talking device, but I'll go into that later. So yeah,
sorry, I
Okay.
missed the whole. a whole question in regards to my internet just went bye bye. So I knew Sister Elvira, Sister David was gonna hold it down until I could figure it out. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, so that was, and what I would have to ask next is, being, Jaden's still in school, but
Mhm.
Sister Davis, your son has graduated school. So with their schooling, um, how was it finding a good support? Like, did you choose the school that they went to knowing that they would be very well supported, or is it kind of like, like with Legend, he lives in this district, he goes to this school, and we're just rolling with the punches in that regard?
I am so glad you asked that question because basically, so this is what happened with my son. When he got to be around the second and third grade, I guess more of his, I say, autistic behavior started to come out. When I mean that is that he would handle things differently. Like if he get frustrated, he might want to bite somebody or or scratch or to get his point across. So what they told me when I came to the school, they had a meeting with us and told us that basically that we could either keep him in what they call the regular school system and let him be in a special needs class, or they suggested that we put him in the special needs school period because in district because they said that they would have to suspend him in a regular school. He would be suspended for doing things like that. Whereas in a special school district, that's expected. So they're more understanding and more patient to, and they're tolerating. They could tolerate that behavior, and they knew that was part of it. And then they had professionals that would work with him, like they're called ABA, what you call applied behavior analysts, and they played a key role in helping my son. I must give them credit. Thank God for them. But yeah, him in school. What I did like too is that it's important that when you have a child to keep in contact with the teacher about what they're doing. So like he would do certain things in class and they would call me and say, well, we want to give him a towel or something to chew on. Is that okay? Because and I was like, no, we don't want to start a behavior or something that I might probably have a hard time breaking. So me and my husband, I don't know if we were wrong for that, but we would never give into those little things. We were like, no, he don't need a towel. Just try to, learn how to talk, how to, can we find another way to deal with them? Because I don't want them starting something that's going to be hard to probably break them with. And I learned that children like that go through a lot of different phases. But yeah, he was um he was hard to focus in class. A lot of the kids, I would go to the school and I'd be feeling so bad because I would see the other kids sit at the table. And I'm like, why is my child? It might be one other kid or two other kids that may get up and not be as focused, but for the most part, it'd be like, why does my son got to be the one that don't want to sit down? But he was the only child, and I don't know if that's an excuse or what, but they were, used to sitting down. I'm like, why are they sitting here? And he just has to get up and walk around and do things when they're trying to do a classroom setting project or whatever. So yeah, and so when he got a little older, he would kind of get like he would throw tantrums in school, and they had, like I said, they had the ABA workers that work with the kids, and they gave me some behavioral techniques like when he gets upset, I might rub his arm a certain way that'll help calm him down. So I learned a lot of things from them, and but one of the things I want to share too is that one of the things I did have to deal with him, which really made it hard for me as a parent, was my baby being nonverbal. I remember there was days when he would go to school and ride the bus, and he would come home and he would just be screaming for hours, like hours. And I'm like, what have they done to my son? Why is he would get off the bus and literally come home crying and hollering. It was so hard for me and his daddy to get him settled down. It's like, you as a parent, you are the child's biggest advocate. Can't nobody advocate, stand up for your child like you can. And we wouldn't know what was wrong with him. We just know that something has happened on this bus to upset our son. And we had to pray. And because I was telling them, we need to put cameras on these buses because these children that can't talk, they can't stand up for themselves. You all could be doing anything to my child, and I'm entrusting you in his hands, him in your hands. So anyway, finally the Lord bless. He got another bus route because I was still on the principle about it. And I would just tell him because one day he came home, he didn't have any shoes on his feet and no socks on his feet. And they was telling me, Miss Davis, oh, he took him off the bus on himself. And we knew that's something that my son has never even done. So I don't know how he comes home with no socks and shoes on. I thought they must have been picking on my son, and I felt like I let him down because I wasn't there to protect him. He couldn't come home and say, "Mommy, this is what they did to me." But like I said, the Lord blessed him with a new bus driver, and I could tell the difference. And he would come home, he would be happy, but for like almost a whole year, he would come home and just screaming, and we like, "What's wrong, baby? What's wrong?" And he couldn't tell us, and I was like, "Wow." So as a parent, that was really hard for me, but I thank God that he got him in a better situation, and also, I just want to say that being in holiness is beautiful. And I was still in falsehood, but having a life with Christ, God don't let anything slip upon you. And He don't let what's done in dark comes to light. So there was a certain, and that's another thing about children with autism. They're very careful about warming up to people. So I would go to school and I saw there was one worker that worked in his classroom and he was kind of a little apprehensive, like going around her. And I watched that about him. So um, I told them, I said, I don't want her working with my son and being alone with my son. Because I saw how she, like, it was I ain't going to say what color, but, I'm just going to say she wasn't of my color. Anyway, I saw how she would, deal with the kids, and I guess she wasn't as patient. So anyway, um, I'll tell you, I let them go to summer school because they told us that letting the kids go to summer school that helps them keep up with a routine. That way, it won't be hard for them like to get them back in the groove of going back to school. So my son, you would constantly go to summer school and just school pretty much all year long. He would get a break, but not that long of a break, but he'd get a break. But anyway, I remember one day in particular after I told them, I said, "Hey, I don't want her being around my son by herself. I don't want her ever." So what happened was I got a call home from the school nurse, and this lady who I told them I didn't want around my son by himself, the school nurse didn't know this, so she said, "Oh, such and such Liz brought him to the office." And I said, she brought him to the nurse's office and said he wasn't feeling well. I said, "Who brought him?" Because this is the lady I told them I didn't want to be left with my child. Anyway, long story short, um, it came out that she had took my child, and I had to tell them I had pulled him out of the school for a while for the summer program because like I said, they knew that my son couldn't talk, so that's why you gotta always stay involved in their school, involved in what they're doing because if you don't like do pop-up visits and stuff like that, there's no telling what can be going on with your child. So I just learned a lot with the school system, and they were instrumental in helping my son. Even with potty training, my son didn't learn to go to the bathroom like at 2 years old. It took him a while before he even became potty trained. That's another subject within itself, but I'm gonna let Sister Paulette go ahead and take it from there. But that's all I really want to say right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Sister Davis. That's definitely, I mean, like I mentioned, I got switched out due to the internet. So the question, I'm not sure quite. Sister Elvira, are you there? If not, then I'm just going to go off of what you said in regards to advocating for our kids. I also had to. advocate for my son from a young age. So
Yes, I had
at,
to.
at no,
Hey,
no worries, sister.
I was asking as far as who helped you with raising your son, and then also how did you handle the dynamics of him being enrolled in school? So there you
Okay, so I think I answered the first portion. My mom was the main person that was here with me the first 3 years of my son's life. Yes, my family is so huge. I did had a lot of support from outsiders, but when I tell you when I sneeze and she was there, my mom is like the glue within the family. So she was there for me the first 3 years of my son's life. And it had gotten to the point when he started to talk, he would tell me, Mommy, I love you. You're awesome. He said, but grandma is better than you. So I felt like she took that spot and it was well deserved because he could recognize that she was there for him. And that meant a lot to me. And I love him to feel that way because that's how he feel. But, me and my mom laugh about it. But it was like, yeah, you're cool, ma, but my grandma, she's cooler. Okay. So I'll take that. That's a little joke in the family. My mom love it when he does that. But in regards to the schooling, I had a problem at the beginning because where I used to live first, my school with my son, remember at 3 years old, that's when he started the program. So from 16 months all of the way, I was in denial. We had to go through all the process of finding out, doing all the testing and stuff. So it took me a minute for that was his first year was kindergarten. And, I 3 years old, we got into the stuff, the pre-K actually it was pre-K because I think that school that we were going to, he could have come in a little earlier just because of his special need program. If they had accepted him, he could go into preschool there. And that was when 4.5, I think they accepted him into there. So it took me that whole time, guys, in order to mentally, um, let it go. It took a minute. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. I think I felt guilty after, like if I probably held him back a little bit because I should have just. I love the early learning to do its thing, but I felt like I had to get in there and do it myself, and it didn't work because they have more experience than I would ever have when it comes to the educational part of the kid. So at pre-K, I allowed him to go in. We did all the steps and all the process, and when we were finished, guys, that was a 10 out of 10 school. Like he was in the top school with the program, everything. And then a few years later, my husband decided, oh, we're going to build a home on another side that I weren't used to because he wanted the kids to have a bigger yard and run around. And Jaden, we knew from the moment he got diagnosed that, our life would have to be involved around him. Even being in the military, they do not allow us to go certain places if those IEPs and those needs for that special need kid don't align. And in your military career, some folks, some family, they don't even talk about it and report it to the military, which is not the smartest because they feel like their career will be stagnant within a certain parameter of locations that they can go. But we didn't have that issue. We went out there, we advocated. When my husband moved from one part where my son was 10 to another location, I just felt like the IEPs that they give him, yes, they were good, but the teachers, I had to get used to new teachers. And when he didn't care for the new teachers. So as Sister Davis mentioned that, you know, his son will come, he'll be disruptive, either on the bus. I didn't have that type of bullying issue with my son because I was always, I would roll up, like she mentioned, to the school. I would go peek in the classroom. And it was a period of time where when we moved, he will come home with a certain attitude and I will have to roll up and find out what's going on. And what had happened is my son was in a general classroom with all spectrums. So you have kids from one spectrum to the next spectrum, and he's in the middle. He's not like he don't have the Down syndrome. looks. He don't qualify for none of that. He only had the speech. So when you have kids that have the behavioral situation and he was not used to it, so when he go into it and they'll get away when they throw a tantrum, he will want to come home with that same thing. So parenting for me was definitely like, no, 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 no. That's not how we do it. Whatever you picked up at school, you leave that at the end of the door. So we had straight talking, and call me a helicopter mom if you want to, but when it comes to behavioral, you know, if they get away with it, even if they're special needs, they'll feel like it's normal. And we did not want to normalize bad behaviors. So we made sure we corrected it on a daily basis until he realized, listen, whatever I see my little friends doing at school, it's not going to get away good with me at home. So he was very clever and very smart to say, okay, I need to adjust my sale. So he was easy to transition and to train. My son, he's very clever. So he knows when I say, you're not going to do that. And he could adjust to that portion. So I think I answer that one. It's a little long winded, but listen, we got a lot to talk about, guys.
Yeah, and this is good. This is so healthy. We have people testifying in the chat, and sometimes we can think that something is removed from us because it's not in our immediate environment, and you just don't know that the person next to you has a story, a testimony. And when you brought this topic about, I was a little reserved on talking on it because I'm like, hey, I don't, what you said the other day, I don't have a dog in this fight. And I don't even know if that's the proper way we should be saying that, but and that's how I felt. But this is a story so many people go through, and it's happening more and more. We have two people in the chat that have already come up and say, hey, I wasn't going to say anything, and she doesn't say anything. I'm not going to say her name because obviously she likes to be incognito, and I love you for that, sis. But she's one of the subscribers that watches from the background, and she supports and put her thumbs up. But she came out of her shell and she testified. And we never know who in our organization, in our church, or outside that are going through these things. Just because a person isn't our same faith, let's say, doesn't mean that we can't bond over something because our stories overlap. And I thank you both for sharing that, because I think it's so important. I think that even as a mother, I could say I worry about my child. You know, he talks and he's 5, and I hate to be such a helicopter mom or whatever, because I talk to him. I have very candid conversation with him about his body parts and about what is appropriate and what is not, because my son can talk, right? It breaks my heart because I don't know if how I would be if my baby couldn't say this happened. If I had to be like Sister Davis and go to the school and see my baby don't want to be around this teacher, why? What's wrong with you? Because see, y'all know I'll I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on real fast. So I love that both of you are speaking the same thing, that listen, when it comes to our children, we're not playing games. We're like, listen, this is what it is. And why is my child acting like this around you? And luckily, my son talks and I give him coaching on certain things. And, and being around, like, my cousins and my family members, most of them are not in holiness. So just having that conversation for me, he's calling me now. For me, I did move so he can have a better education. But now that I'm getting my feet wet in the city and kind of knowing my way around, I think we may be moving so that way he can have access to a better school. Not, I don't know what the school that he's going to go to this year's fall year is going to give us, but I've heard good things about other schools. So I can testify with you all there and agree with you all as well in that arena. But certain people, they don't change. Certain things that happen to children, it didn't stop happening. So we have to keep communicating and advocating for people to tell our children, like, this is what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. And sometimes I get upset with myself because I want to protect him so much, but then I have to remind myself he's only 5. He's only 5. And the things that he does is what 5-year-olds do. And I be like, hey, why are you doing that? Like when he was little, and this is probably something I have to tell my big sisters when they get off the line. But being a mom, and now I'm a mom of so that's another bonding moment. All of us have boys for the first child, and I've never first of all, I never had a living baby before. Give me a second. Hey, I'm doing a show. I'm talking right now. I'm gonna call you right back. All right. There's no emergency, but it's just like, hey, I'm gonna keep calling until you answer the phone. um, but so being a mom and being to a baby and a boy, certain things took me by surprise that us women we don't go through because we got different body parts. And it took me, I was a little reserved in certain things. And I was like, oh, why are you doing that? Did something happen? And my mom was like, or my uncle or my dad had to tell me, all three of them told me, they was like, girl, no, that's just, I learned really early certain things is just built in them to happen, and it's just how they were designed by the grace of God. So I'll just say that I thought certain things happened when they got older, and I don't want to get too
Mhm.
TMI, but I was just like, why is
Yeah.
this happening? And then it was like, that's just the natural functions of a
Mhm.
male species. And I was like, I was like, I feel so bad for all of the people, like for the men, because certain things they just can't help. So, my bad, y'all. I done went down a whole rabbit hole, but thank you guys.
Girl, you got me cracking up.
I
I did
think
not.
we all, yeah, can identify.
Mhm. So I got a question. There was something that I wanted to. Oh, what about Sister Paulette? You and your husband, you all have a daughter now after having your son, and Sister Davis, you and your husband did not have any more children after having little Will. So I would love for both of you to kind of share your story. Paint the picture for us and let us know, Sister Paulette, did you all decide to have Jada, or was it kind of like a surprise? And Sister Davis, did you and your husband intentionally choose not to have any more children? So either one of you can go first.
I'll go first, if you don't mind, sister, since I missed the last question for internet. But for us, I mean, when we had Jaden and we went through all those things, for the first 4 years of his life, we were like, listen, I would never want to put I want to give him everything that I can give him. I want to be there for him. He's going to need extra attention. So our decision at that time was, you know what? Maybe we should just do the one child and done. We give him everything, all the medical that he would need to be covered, and make sure that we nurtured him the right way, give him access to all of the therapies. And, one child, that's a whole work in itself. And we were not thinking about little Jada at the time. We were just focusing on Jada and his needs and coping as a parent with how something new, our first child, we weren't expecting it. My husband, it took him a little bit longer to adjust himself to, hey, my last name is not going to go on. It stopped. This is it. My daughter, yes, I have another Hogan, but eventually, if she chooses to move on in her life, get married, and have her kids going to have her husband's last name. So he had a little bit more of a struggle. I had my struggle at the beginning when he didn't have the struggle at the beginning. He was more on execute, execute, execute. But when reality kicked in, we were like, okay, we're going to focus in on one kid. We're not having any more kids. And like I mentioned to you, 4 years later, my son, we had kids later, by the way. We got married when I was around 20, 23 years old, well, turning 23, and or close to 20, probably like a couple weeks before 23. So I just used 23. And we waited nearly 7 years before we had one child. Okay, so we practiced a whole lot, for those, we don't have to go into debt. We did a whole lot of practice. However, though, when we had the one child, it took us down a little pause area where we were like, okay, in no way we could have two kids of this. What if we were in that what if scenario? What if we have another one? Like that was so traumatizing. And we want to be able to function as a family and, you know, dedicate to each child because each one is different. So should we have another one? And not until 4 years later that the first one became like he wanted to play. Every minute he wanted to read. Every second he wanted to go downstairs and walk. And remember, my mom spoiled him in a way that every day she would take him on 4 miles walk with her. Every day, Monday through Sunday, she will take him on these walks. And so when she left me with the baggage of following her footstep, that's why I am not, she's always will be better than me because I would not want to do it. And I said, no, he need a little friend, somebody to read with him and talk to him. So my husband and I decided, and you know what? Let's just try. If it happened, it happened, and if it don't happen, we're not rushing anything. And that's what happened, guys. The first day we practiced, boom, I said, I'm pregnant. And he said, no, you're not. I said, yes, I am. 2 weeks into it, you normally wait, I think 3 to 4 weeks before the doctor's going to want to do all the testing, but I could feel that this was it. And when we went to get the really, the doctor's checkup, the doctor said, this is it. And I said, I told you, I could feel it. I know it. And that was it, actually. We had her, and she came in so fitting for him. Like they're both, like they were looking for each other all their lives, and they have the best relationship. Like you'll see them, he's always protecting her. She could never do anything wrong in his sight. And if he feel like, if we raise our voice a little bit, he's correcting us. Like, that's not nice to say. That's my sister. You be nice to, like, he is protecting. When they were younger, at a younger age, when she was probably like 4. She was always a little bit more mischievous than he was. So she would run away from me and open the door. She was very clever. And he will run outside and try to pull her inside without me finding out. And guys, let me tell you, when I tell you it take a village to raise a child, because the neighbors already knew when that door opened up, if they didn't see me come out first, they knew the kids were trying to get outside and they'll bring them back inside. But he will always want to cover and protect her. So we did not plan for the second one when it comes to like, oops, I had it. We just made a decision, and it just happened because we thought it was the best thing to do. And then we went through that. Is it selfish for us to just have one? Is it, are we doing the right thing? Like any couple, you're going to question yourself. We don't want the second one to go through what the first one went through. Like you have a whole lot of things that go through your head, but then yet at the same time, you're like, let's just do it. Whatever comes. And if God sends us another card and it's not, the normal card, we're going to deal with it. We figured it out. So it was a mutual decision at the end. We went in for it. Boom, it happened. And that was it. We don't regret nothing. We don't regret nothing. Our little Jaden, we wouldn't change him for the world. Are we still learning? Yes, we are. He's teaching us so much stuff, and Jada is right there for him. And it's just a beautiful thing. So there you go. It's your turn, Sister Davis. I can't wait to
Thank
hear your
you.
story.
Yes, let's go.
That was wonderful. Um, so with my situation, um, I think it was hard for me to get pregnant. And I know a lot of people don't believe these things that can happen, but this is what actually happened. I have to just to tell you my truth. Um, with me and my husband were thinking about having a child, and it didn't happen or whatever. We didn't say anything to anyone, but like sis said, you do the things that it takes to make a baby, and however, it didn't work out like that. And so one day when I was in falsehood, I went to church. It was like the Lord used a sister in the church, and she came and she patted my stomach down, and she went to speaking in tongues. And I mean, she literally rubbed me on my stomach and my front and everything. And she was just going in tongues. And then I guess, not long after that happened, I found out that I am having a baby now. I'm pregnant. And I said, so now I see what God was doing, using her, because we can't ever question how God uses people or how he does things. But I'm still convinced today that this sister that laid hands upon me was instrumental in me even being able to conceive, me and my husband being able to have a child. So he, of course, like I said, he was the gift that we wanted. A lot of kids come in this world and they wasn't wanted, or the parents didn't plan them, but it was like we wanted him. He was our gift. So we got it, we had him. And as far as having more, I just think that it was possibly hard for me to have kids, but we really didn't want any more for a while because we didn't want our child to be, even though I think because of my age, that was one reason, because I was already high risk. But another thing is that we didn't want to have a child back to back. But then again, I thought about it. I said, well, maybe, yeah, it would be nice to have a child, because I didn't want my child to be by himself. And the thing about children with autism, it's hard me even saying this. My son really never had a real friend in the world. And that's hard to even say as a parent, to let that come out of my mouth, that he really never even had a friend. The only friend that he had was my friend who was a great grandmother to my son. Her grandson was his friend, but he wound up leaving, had to leave her house. So that's a whole nother story. But anyway, he had relatives of mine that would come over, nieces and nephews that were around a little bit younger than him. And they noticed something was different about my son. Children are so smart, you can't keep them from it. And I had to try to educate them, and I couldn't take things, too personal when they would look at him, or probably stare at my son and do those things with him. He would be like, they would all be in the room playing, but he might be playing by himself, and they would just be playing with his toys. So yeah, my son really never had somebody that he grew up with, that he had a buddy friend. So me and my husband had to be his friend, and that was the sad down part of not having another child, because I felt like that's something we took for granted, having friends and being able to call somebody your buddy, or just having a sibling. He didn't have that. So all he had was us, and we had to be there. And that's why I guess it was kind of challenging, because I had to remember that, he's a child and he still needs playtime. He still needs that time where he can, I have to get on his level and play with him and do things with him, because he didn't have that support as far as friends and people that he could rely upon. But God blessed, and he came out pretty. I don't know if he even knew he was missing a friend, because me and his dad tried so hard to be there for him, and to do things with him. And we would probably try to get him in a play group, but like I said, my son is allergic to peanuts, and highly allergic that he could die if he ingests one. So it would be hard for me to even leave my child with someone, because I would think as a mother, I'd be so scared. What if somebody, they're not watching and somebody offers him a candy bar or something with peanuts in it? Then he, then I could just see him um laying on the floor, struggling for life because he couldn't breathe. So it was just hard. It was a hard thing, but I'm just convinced God don't give you any more than you can bear. So that's probably why the good Lord didn't allow us to have another child. Maybe He knew that little Will was going to be enough to fill our lives. I don't know, but that's the way I take it, and I embrace it. Like Sister Paulette said, I embrace my gift, and I wouldn't trade him for nothing in the world. There are days when I've just, as a parent, raising a child like him. It's hard because I can go days, he can go days sometimes without even sleeping. And it's hard because I know when I was carrying him, I didn't sleep that much because I had carpal tunnel syndrome where I had pains in my hand. But they told me that I learned later that, children with autism, a lot of them tend not to sleep. So I had a girlfriend who had four children that had autism, and she would come to, when we used to be in church, she'd come to church sometimes crying, like saying nobody understands what I've been through. And at that time, I didn't even have a child, so I now understand what she was going through. It's like wanting to sleep, but you can't sleep because you have to keep your eyes on your child because um he could get into something or do things, and he didn't know. It just for him, he, like I said, my son didn't have any fear, so we had to be very careful about leaving like chemicals out and making sure we put things away that he couldn't get a hold of because he didn't know like the dangers of that. But one thing I did thought was kind of cute how God give him understanding and wisdom about how to distinguish from a baby and a big kid. When I would say that is like, oh, excuse me, I would have like little nieces that are babies that come over, and like he would, like if they took his toy, he wouldn't try to take his toy back from them. But if it was somebody his size, oh, you're gonna give me back my toy. But if it was a baby, it was so funny because it was like he would never try to take the toy back from the baby. He was so like he recognized this is a little bitty one, and that's just something I'm like, wow. And then I also later learned that we would go to church, and when our pastor would be preaching in the falsehood church, he would be in a microphone, and my son would cover his ears up. I don't know if Paulette can attest to this. He would cover his ears up, and I later found out by working in the school with special kids that the teacher had told me. She said his ears are sensitive. He can't take the noise. And so, I found that out about him. So it was a learning experience. Just every day it seemed like we was almost learning something, almost every other day or something new about this this lifestyle for him. But we wanted to make it. We never treated him like he was, like he was like some kind of. We didn't treat him like he was really special, but we did we did take into account that he had limitations, but we tried to treat him as normally, as if you can say that normally, as we could, because we wanted him to know that he can do things. And so I'll just say that and stop right there. I don't want to keep going on, but that's my thing about my baby.
That's awesome, sister. Thanks for sharing that. Thank
Did
you.
you? I don't know if I maybe I missed it. Did she mention if they decided not to have any more children after that?
Yeah, we I think it was God's willing because for one while we didn't want them, when we did, it didn't happen for us to have
Okay.
another child. So I don't know if it was because I was hard to conceive or just God just decided that one was going to be enough for me. But then by me being a high risk pregnancy, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that was the reason why God didn't allow me to, because he was a high risk pregnancy, and I would have been probably like 38 or 39 if I would have had another child. So when I think about it, I told my husband I did kind of want another child because I didn't want him to be an only child growing up. But then at the same token, it's like, oh boy, I love my sleep too much. So I don't know if I'm willing to give that up. I don't know if I want to sacrifice that. So it was like I was in between. Kind of want that other child, but then again, nah, because how old I'd be by the time they turn 20. So yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. And I thank you for sharing that because, I don't think many people think about that when you're telling someone like myself who's 34 years old. I'll be 35 in October. When they say, "Oh, it's fine. You girl, please. You can have another baby, but are you really thinking about being pregnant, a woman being pregnant in her mid late 30s and then
Mhm.
going into 40s, not only the body dynamic for a woman, cuz when I got pregnant with Legend I was 28. I had him at 29. So, you know, that's the latter part of my 20s, but then now being 34, turning 35, I personally would love to have more children if the Lord let it be, but I also can't be ignorant to the fact of the possibilities that come along with having children in your latter part of your years. Not saying age is a factor in it because there are people who have kids in their 40s and their 50s and their children are perfectly fine, but just things like this do run through my mind, and naturally so. It's nothing wrong with thinking about it. I know the Lord will have his will in his way, but I thank you for sharing that perspective for sure. Thank you for sharing in general, but also thank you for saying that in general, because sometimes when a person like myself who has one living child and approaching the latter part of my 30s, entering 40s very soon. I don't think people think about that. I don't think people think about what comes with having children later in your 30s. You because you can't test. It's like flipping a coin. You have no idea what you're. It don't look. I got Legend. He might grow to be crazy. I don't know. I don't want to speak that on my baby, but because I say like this, you just never know what you're gonna get. My parents didn't know what they was gonna get with me or my sister and stuff, so you never know what you're gonna get. You pray that you get something good, right?
Mhm.
Because you might, your child, nobody plans for their kids to to grow up crazy, but you just never. And I don't want, and I'm answering this question myself, like I would love to have more children, but I think I would also want to look for a mate or a future husband that maybe has at least one child, because that is very I'm not saying that I would not marry a man with no kids. I would, okay? However, I am I am saying I
Girl,
am
I don't.
saying that I have to tread that very, very lightly. Just because, unfortunately, because of fear, Sister Davis, um I know that if I was to get pregnant, I would be considered high risk as well. And it may not, I don't know if it would be, because when I was pregnant with Legend, Sister Davis, I was considered high risk because of my past. And, unfortunately, when I was pregnant with Legend, um, not to talk bad about his dad, but this isn't something bad, but it was just like he didn't take me serious when I said things like I can't be stressed, I can't, like, it was so many things that I had to let him know, like, I'm considered high risk because I don't look like someone that they would say that's a high risk pregnancy, right? And I don't even know what that looks like. But to him, it wasn't clicking in his brain, that don't stress this woman out. Don't do this. Don't do that. He didn't care in that regard.
Mhm.
So, and I think most people won't really understand that unless they are in it, unless they experience it on their own. And I pray and I know the Lord will bless, my ex with a child of his own. He does not, he still to this day, as far as I know, have any children as of yet. So I pray that he does get that experience. He deserves that. Um, but yes, I want more children. I wish my husband would hurry up and find me so we can so we can have this whole village of kids. Um because I don't want my son to be alone. I don't. I don't want Legend to just be out here. His father has a son who's 6 years older than Legend. So Legend does have a bigger brother. But from me, it's just him. So I too would want him to have a sibling as well. But who knows? I'm not rushing it. I want God to do it in his perfect timing. But then again, y'all, I ain't really trying to be out here. So, um, any feedback on that before I go to the next question?
No, sis, I think she covered it. So far everybody just added on, unless Sister Davis had something extra that she wanted to share. But I think that was pretty good. I don't know what the chat thinks. Do you guys have any questions or concerns? How are we doing so far? Make sure, let us know so we can know what we can adjust or we can turn around and add.
Anybody
Good.
want to join the panel to come up and
Yes.
testify or ask questions? Um, I will. I guess we can close out on this question, and then we can save a part two for next time, if that's all right, because we're hitting the 2 hour mark. So
It's up to the to you guys. I mean, that
I'm
sounds like
enjoying the
amazing.
conversation. We
I'm
don't. We don't never
enjoying
gotta
it. I'm
stop.
just like, this is top. This is top information. I'm so grateful for you and Sister Davis for sharing, and I'm also grateful that it's not an easy topic, guys. This is a tough topic. This is a tearing off of band-aids here. It takes us all the way back from the beginning. We're like digging up old little bones, trying to share it with you guys. So I just want to say I'm grateful for each and every one of you. I know it's not an easy conversation. These are tough conversation. They are a normal conversation that it should be normalized, but it's not, because we don't know how to move forward and have to, like people would say, oh, it's okay, go get another one. But you would never forget that first one. You would never forget that, you could have 10 kids after your special needs kids, and or a stillborn, but you still can remember that feeling, that that day that you had to say goodbye, or that moment when everything just crumbled for you. This is hard conversation. It's tough conversation. High five to all the mothers out there that had to go through this, and to the mothers that that lost a few along the way. These are conversations that our society, that life should be more of, so we can talk about it in order to not move on from it, but to heal a little bit. And don't forget it. There are memories that we will always cherish, but we'll be able to put that other two-step forward. So I don't know. I think we're doing good. I'm seeing in the comments, Sister Dawn is like, I'm loving the conversation. If you guys feel like you want to contribute to it, go right
Yes,
ahead.
come on
I'm
up.
home this Sunday, and I'll drop the link, and anybody want to come and share. You may not have a child that's special needs. You may have a cousin, you may have an uncle, you may have a niece, you may have family members, a best friend. You may not even have a kid yet, but you want to ask the good questions in regards to the people that already been through the scenario, because you don't know what yours could be, and you may get a nuggets here and there. So do not take this panel here for granted. There's a lot of information within the three of us that we can hand out to you guys for free. Okay, we ain't charging here. So go ahead and blast your questions, and I'm gonna pass it over to Sister Elvira to continue.
Yes, thank you. Y'all drop any questions. Thank you for y'all that dropping in your comments in the chat. We appreciate it. So the next question, which I think all three of us can answer, um, how would you describe your parenting style? So both of you, Paulette, I'm very interested to know, because like you have to switch the dynamics between your son and your daughter. And then for you, Sister Davis, it's kind of like you get to stay in one mode because you just have little wheels. So, and so do I, right? So I get to stay in one mode. I don't have to kind of switch.
Right.
Um,
Different
so, how would
personalities.
you describe your parenting style, Sister Davis?
If Little Will could talk, he'd probably say kind of rough sometime. But I would say that I'm kind of the nurturing one. I try to be nurturing and understanding and patient, but also firm. And I don't. I had to learn from the school that my son was manipulating me. When I say manipulating me, there was things that he would do in school that I didn't even know that he was really capable of. And I would go to school because they would have what they call an IEP, which is an individual education plan set up for the child. And that's when you would discuss their, their performance of how they're doing in school, their progress, and what they need to work on. So I can't remember anything in particular per se, but let's just say that something like this, I'll just say something like even wiping up behind himself as far as cleaning up behind himself. I just use that for an example. And I would say, so I didn't know that he was capable of doing this or being able to communicate certain things. And in his school, they taught them a little sign language for the kids that couldn't speak. So he would use the sign more a lot, but there were other signs that he may know that I didn't know. So he would be sometimes sitting in the room with me with the IEP, and I say, "Oh, you know how to do that? Oh, it's on now." I said, "You have been. I did not know." She just said, "Yeah." She said, "He knows. Little Will knows this." I said, "Really?" I said, "Okay, so when we get home, you won't be able to get away with that no more." Because it'll be something like a little command, like going to do this, and he would just sit at me and look at me and like smile, like, "Oh man, why she to let her know I have to do this now? I'm expected to do this." So yeah, so they are smart in their own little way, and they don't usually tend to show feeling and stuff. So one of the cutest things, I'll say this real quick and I'll let Sister Paulette go, is that they don't know how to really express feelings. So my teacher, his teacher, I'm sorry, said that one day she had some bad news about one of her family members. And when she was sitting over to the side, and she was like, she was getting ready to cry, I guess, and looking really sad. And she said, "My son, Little Will," we call him Little Will, his name is William, he got up and went over there and put his arm around her shoulder, like hugs her to let her know, like, it's okay. And I'm like, he did what? And those are the things that other people don't understand, but those are things that make your heart just like just overjoyed, because it's like, wow, because if I might cry or do something, he'd be like, "Oh well, okay, mama, get over it and just keep it going." But just to see that he took a moment to show empathy and just, get in touch with
Mhm.
somebody's feelings, and he recognized what that feeling was. Not only was it the hurdle that he touched her shoulder, but he acknowledged that that was a feeling of sorrow that she was going, and he was able to put the appropriate feeling and do the appropriate thing behind it. So yeah, I just, I'm his cheerleader and I love it. And um my parenting style is just trying to be patient. It's not always easy. It's a challenge, but I try to be understanding. I try to be nurturing. But both, I think you ladies have heard me before in the background talk to my son before, and y'all know uh, I could be a little hard sometimes, but I try not to be. So it comes with the territory when you got somebody like Little Will. So I'm gonna let Sister Paulette go
And then she's gonna turn her
because
camera
he's a
off. Turn her
handful.
camera
Yeah,
off.
he's a handful.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yes,
Isn't
yes,
that she turned her camera off. Out. You want to go ahead and go?
Sorry, my son just came in. He's like, okay, I'm doing talking about getting them in order and teaching them from a young age. So for me, there's no difference. Me and my husband from a young age decided we're going to implement house rules. You're going to clean up after yourself. I don't care how special you think you are, you ain't that special. So for us, we implemented the cleanup rule from, you know, like gangster. from a young age. So now that he's 16, they do their own laundry. They wash their own clothes. They're folding their own clothes. And he just came in the room to bring his folded laundry. You know, when we have guests, so he's in the guest room right now because his room is the bigger room. And we put the guests in the bigger room. So that's why he's in here. He's like, Mommy, I got to put up my clothes. So we teach them, and both of them the same way. This is how we're going to do it. And actually, my husband is the military backbone. So he's the one that implements, and he's the one to make sure that they execute. I am the
Mhm.
helicopter mom, and I'm the one there guiding, making sure that their teeth are brushed correctly. Like, are you scrubbing your tongue right? How many times did you do up and down? That's not where my husband's going to be. I'm making sure, did you wash under your armpits? So I'm that helicopter mom, and I navigate on the things where he is the implementer and he's the executor, and that's his strength. I'm going to be in my little area of the nurturing and making sure that you are doing your task correctly. So rules, we never change anything. They knew from a young age what was agreeable in our household and what was not tolerable. So when they go out to other folks' household, they knew that those kids were acting amok, and they better know. I will give them an eye, like, and y'all know me for my face features. I'll be like, and they already knew, ooh, they're gonna get in trouble. Like, they knew how to sit down, they were trained. You don't go in nobody's house jumping on the chairs, because you don't jump in my chairs. I paid money for them. Respect my stuff and I respect your stuff, but you don't have no stuff because I paid for it. That type of, you can call it rough, tough if you want to. But my son, he was always good at following the rules. My daughter will tend to go around a little bit. We got to pull her in every once in a while. But the manipulation, like Mr. Sister Davis talk about, at the beginning he would come in with the little manipulations at time, because he would say, well, mommy, so and so don't do this. My daughter is more manipulative, and she is not even the special needs than my son is, because she would say, but so and so, my friend so and so, they don't have to do that. Or the neighbor so and so, they don't do that. I said, well, they don't live in our household and you will be doing it, and this is what we're going to do on the weekends. This is what you're going to do. So she was the one that pushed back a little bit more than my son did, which he's like, okay, that's the rules. I can't mess around, because daddy's going to make sure that he checks me, and mommy's going to come around and make sure that I'm adjusted correctly, and that's how our household goes. So did we switch it up? No, it's the same thing. We treat him normal. He knows that he didn't even know he was special needs. How about that?
That's
When he
right.
found out, when he
That's
started to have
wonderful.
when he started to have seizures. I remember he was muted, he couldn't speak, and they told me that my son was never going to do this, never do that, which was a whole bunch of la 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 la. And one of his episode that he had, and my mom was with me. That was the last one, when I don't know if I share it on before with you guys, when he was taken from me and they couldn't get him back to this side of the world of life. He was all the way gone, and I promised that I was going to give him. I told God if He'd bring it back, I was going to hand him back to him. I did a little something, something with my prayer. Girl, he came back. With that being said, I tried, like, what is it that I'm going to do with this child at this point in time? Now I know that he's special needs, and how am I going to function? What is it, Lord, that you want me to teach him in order to prepare him for you? Because that's another thing that I had to learn, that he's not for me. God lent him to me, and he gave him to me how he wanted him to be. Oh my God, it's a rap song. You know, he given to me, I'm lent it a child, and at any moment he could take him away. So once I adjusted myself to understand, okay, I'm instilling in this child to raise him up to know God, and at the same time I love him to be himself. He have a voice, but I had to be taught more patience, and I will pray for more patience, because I was that quick mom. I don't want to hear, And then I had to realize that he want to say something. And when I realized that he could start to say how he feel if I give him time, because his apraxia, they have that cognitive where they can express themselves. However, though, it's going to take a minute. You got to probably, you could probably make a few pancakes until they get now how they feel, and they do have feelings. So I had to love him to get out how he felt and not cut him, like shut him down and put him in a box and put a bow on it. And that was the hardest thing for me because I'm always on 2000, and I had to slow down. I had to pray for patience. I don't treat them any indifferent. They all know the rules, abide by the rules. No one is getting in trouble if you follow the rules of the house. And we stay consistent. Consistency with a special needs child is the best weapon. Did he went on timeout? Well, I had in Hawaii, you could spank your kids, but but you gotta roll up that little tissue paper in a belt, and as long as you roll up the little newspaper, you could just you could tap. Okay, we tap. All right, in this house we could tap. We gonna tap, and you all know what I'm saying because we don't want no strikes or any stuff. But you could tap. All right. And we get a little tapping. And, sometimes you got to just lay the hand on them. You got to lay that nice hand nicely. And you do your little tapping and they get the memo. So I had a newspaper. And in the middle of my newspaper, I had me a paint stick. You know how you mix the paint up? Because I didn't want to damage the child. I just want them to realize I'm serious. So I
Yeah.
wrap it legally. I legally formed me a weapon. I got me my weapon legally. And I would and one time I remember one time I tapped my son and he's 16 years old. And that was when he was coming home because like what Sister Day was mentioned, they will put them in the classroom with all the spectrums. And he didn't have that spectrum. He wasn't all the way over there. He wasn't all the way over there. So he would feel like throwing a tantrum was normal and he would bring it home.
Mm-mm.
So I brought up my little legal weapon and I just tapped him once and I told him why I tapped him. And that is when my son, I've never had to tap him again. And when I speak to him, I always ask God, please help me so I don't lose it. Sometimes as parents with special needs, we probably raise our voice a little bit too much or we lose patience. So praying for patience with a special needs child and understanding is the best thing you could ask God for, and He will release a freedom inside of you when you pray for it. That my son no longer, I feel like I'm blowing smoke because I can't wait for him to finish expressing himself. He can express himself, and I have all the patience. I wait. I say, "Yep, I get what you're saying, buddy. I felt the same way, but this is what we're not gonna do." That's the three little things. I understand. I felt the same way. You have the rights to feel how you feel, but this is, and I'll read it for him. And he already knows. And I give him his moment too to go in and calm down how he feels. And my son, when I tell you he have the heart of a child, he will come back and he say, "Mommy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did that." That he comes and apologize. He does the 5 sentences with me and his dad when he don't know nothing about no 5 sentences. And it works all the time. How can you be upset with a child that could come and say, it was my fault. I was sorry. Please forgive
Wow.
me. And how? And I'm like, oh my God, this kid is teaching me how to stay humble, how to just allow him to grow. And God has grown him from a mute child. Now I advocated and I used to do 5 days a week therapy. Then they told me he couldn't walk. I did a whole 2 years worth of physical therapy. My son can walk. My son can run. Yes, his running portion is a little bit, he's not no runner, but he passed that course, so he had to graduate from that.
Mhm.
He can run. They told me he couldn't hold a pencil because he couldn't hold a pencil. Remember, his fine motors was off when he had his first seizure and the second one. So his brains will start making him restart over to learn. He had to learn how to hold his pencil. He had to learn how to eat again. He had to learn to close his mouth when he chewing. He forgot all of that. Girl, let me tell you, God is amazing. And that God can make it happen to you. So don't ever underestimate God's child and his plans for your life. He has a better plan for your child's life than you have for your child's life because he can see ahead of time where he want to steer that child in. So when I tell you guys at the beginning that God lent him to me, I meant that. He's not mine. He for God. And I'm just a caregiver. I'm the
Mhm.
one that's trying to implement the things that he needs to be implemented in his life to take him through life. Because one day, guess what? I'm the parent that I'm not gonna be here. Guys, this is reality. This is another reality of special needs kids is that if you don't prepare them to survive, you're failing them. When you see my son could come up here and we implementing those little nuggets that son, one day we're not gonna be here. One
Mhm.
day you're gonna have to fend for yourself. One day you're
Mhm.
gonna live by yourself, and mommy and daddy's not gonna be here. There are nuggets that you want to start from an early age because we don't know how cruel the world is. Like when Sister Davis mentioned how her baby will come home screaming because there's cruelty. There's cruelty. You want those kids to know, you know, life is beautiful. God is amazing. But then they do have evil that's out there, and they have to know how to distinguish between the two. And they have to know that when they see it coming, learn them from ahead of time when they see it, that they can shift to the next side. Otherwise, some of them can't even do that. But at the end of the day, if we put and grow and plant little seeds, they'll know. I was scared at the beginning. I'm sorry. I just need to share this. Sister Davis
Mhm.
mentioned her baby can't talk. Well, my baby couldn't talk either. And my main fear was that one day they will harm him and he couldn't tell me
Mhm.
who or what because his little brains couldn't get around that there's evil. And I remember I was going to the school one day and, I'm that, yeah, I'm tough and rough and I'm that, little gangster mom, and I'm going up and there. So listen, if my son come to me and he's hurt or damaged or anything, I say I'm gonna come and I'll take the nails out of all this school. So y'all just know this is you're gonna see me often. I'll vouch for him. I've never had an issue with the school. I've never had, they told me he could never ride the bus because he couldn't talk. Well, girl, I advocated. I got him in special therapy. I got him in special physical therapy in fine motors. He 5 days a week. It was so overwhelming for me that my daughter at the time told me, she said, Mommy, she said, why are you always putting attention on Jaden? That's the downside of having the second kid that can't understand. She couldn't understand why is he getting all the attention and she wasn't. So I had to take some time to explain to her why. Because at the end of the day, she was already feeling at such a young age of 4.5, 5 years old that I was always Jaden's therapy, Jaden's physical therapy, Jaden this, and I would have to drag her around with me. So when I went to that school and I told them, even though the school district they had started out with bullying, they had never bullied him. Jaden defends he could defend himself, and he's when he started to speak, I vouched for him. I said he can handle the normal bus because he can handle himself. And the school was like, no, we can't put him on the normal bus. He got to go on the other bus. I say my son will join the normal bus because evil is going to follow him wherever he go, and he has to know how to defend himself and I can't protect him all the time. I would love for him to be on a special needs bus. I would love for him not to encounter a bully or encounter evil or anything. That's my wish. That's any mother's wish. But we have no control over that, right? So we got to prepare our kids to be able to defend themselves, not fighting or physically, but to know what evil looks like and stay away from it. And right now, he could tell me who was on the bus. He had never come home and said that Billy or little Johnny had did something to him, and he could explain to me what they did all day. He can go through it now because God heard my prayers, my crying prayers. And they were, I don't know if they even want to call crying prayers. You want to call them bawling tears. And I prayed because I don't know if I could have leave to the other side of this world knowing he couldn't express himself and I had put him in harm's way. So, with that being said, I know Sister David's going to have a lot to say as well, and I'm going to cut mine so short. But yes, don't train them any different. You train them with love. You pray for them every day. You pray for them when they go to bed because we never know. We never know when that last day is. And when you leave, you want to be able to leave in peace to know I have done the right thing. I've taught everything that I could. And one more thing, please, guys, set aside some time to deal with the financial portion for your kid, especially if you do have a special needs kids, because remember, not everybody in the family knows how to deal with kids, and an extra amount to feed coming into a family that don't know how to deal with a special need kids is a little bit much. So I always joke and I tell people anybody that end up with any one of my kids, because one day I'm not going to be here, my kids can take care of themselves and whoever is taking care of them. That's how you want to set up your kids. Okay, don't leave the extra with nobody. Make sure when you do leave that you're in peace and the kids are in peace, and whoever is going to fend for your kids when you're no longer here on earth, that they know that the kids is they're adding value into their household, not taking away. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to mute because this is a, like I tell you, that band-aid is pulling off of Paulette. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you are
It's
fine.
beautiful. It's wonderful. Um, I just wanted to piggyback off what she said real quick. Because I already spoke, but I want to give Sister Elvira a chance to, weigh in on it too. But like you said about it's important to instill skills in them that they would normally probably get because they don't know how to get them themselves. Because we try to teach our son how to be independent, like show him how to do things, and we may have to go over and over it again, but the thing is that we don't give up, and he does it, and then we like to praise him when he do a good job. I don't want to be
Mhm.
that mom that's always hollering and having to say stop this and do that, but I like to also try to make him feel good about himself when he does something, and sometimes he'll just giggle and laugh and with a burst of laughter because he knows that oh, I did something right. So, and they have more, I think that sometimes we underestimate them too. I had to learn not to underestimate his abilities because there are things, but if you never try, like Sister Paulette is working with her son, I think that's just so wonderful that she's instilling those traits in him because
Mhm.
like she said, none of us know when we're gonna leave this earth, and God forbid that they don't know how to probably clean themselves up or know how to just to like my son, he doesn't know how I don't let him use a microwave for the simple fact that I know that he's kind of well the way he is that he may put the wrong thing in the microwave, but he
Mhm.
does know how to bring me his food, and he knows how to get the plate. He know how to like clean up behind himself, like she was saying. I let him put his own clothes on and things like that to teach him how to put his pants on, put his shirt on, and things that people take for granted, things that it should be. You probably say, "Well, wow, that's nothing." Putting on a pair of socks or doing this or putting on your shoes, but those are things that people take for granted because for a child that has what's the name it, their biggest struggle sometimes is just focusing and being able
Mhm.
to the focus and being able to just stay because some kids, believe it or not, with autism have jobs even. they can work at a job. Now my son's not able to because his attention span is not as, as far as long as some other people's are. His is too short, so he probably get fired the same day they brought him in there. So yeah, but because he wouldn't care how he bag your groceries, your eggs, and have a probably a gallon of milk on top. He doesn't have that kind of he doesn't care. In other words, he don't care about that part of it. But yeah, we try to teach him how to be independent. And another thing I want to, if I could tell somebody something, if your child is kind of apprehensive to going to a certain person, even in your family, be just let them, don't force them to embrace somebody they don't feel comfortable embracing. Um, I've had family members, and I'm not saying that they're like the wrong kind of family members, but I'll just give you an example. I had one of my relatives, and I took my son to that relative's house, and he wouldn't even go in the house. I don't know what it was about that house, but he was not going in that house. I had to literally probably to make him drag him in there. And when a child doesn't want to do something, sometimes they know more than you know. They have a lot of insight. God gives them things about that too. So I had to be mindful of that, even stuff like that. But yeah, they usually have a good sense of character and judgment. So um, that's all I really wanted to say. But I agree with Sister Paulette that try to, invest in them and teach them things that they need to be taught. And financially, I think that's important too. We have a little account for our son. So yeah, it's important to try to, set them up for success, for later on in life. Because you never know, even though people say they'll take care of your child, let's just be real. They're not gonna do what you would do. Hi, hi.
Hey,
What a handsome
Jada.
young man you
To
are.
have fun.
Hi, I love your
Hi.
smile.
Look at him just
Yeah,
smiling.
I love that smile. Hi,
You're
handsome.
welcome. He said, thank you. You're welcome.
He is a handsome young man. Oh wow.
Paulette's twin.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And a smile and everything. Um, yeah, so that was very important for me. Is to teach him how to distinguish between just right and just trying to teach him right and wrong, and then like she said, but trying to teach him how to do for himself, because I'm not going to always be here. His dad's not going to always be here. His
Hmm.
dad, he has a lot more faith in him sometimes than I do. He
Hmm.
trusts that he can do things sometimes more than I do. So yeah, but that's all I wanted to say, and I want to be quiet and let Sister Elvira take it from here. So
No,
thank
I
you for the
mean,
space.
yeah, you're welcome. You guys really did help me a whole lot. Because I'm sitting back and I'm like, you know what? Whew. Whew. My daddy always tell me, little girl, that's your little red wagon. You could push it or pull it, don't matter, And it's just like you put whatever you need to put in there, you take it on about where you want to go with it. But the going back to kind of go back to the question, how would you describe your parenting style? Um, I'm a big communicator. A little bit too much for a 5-year-old. My dad tells me now all the time. He's like, he's five, Elvira. And I have to. That's like a little check in myself. But then because he's five does not mean that he can't do or understand certain things. So my parenting style is I do a lot of talking. We do have our discipline measures, when need be, but it's not where we lead. I don't lead from that space. I think one of my things is that, both of you are blessed to have your husband, one, to have children with your husband, and then two, to have him in the household. So you get to, kind of stay in your feminine without having to deviate from that energy much because your husband is there. Not saying that you don't have to go there with the kids sometimes, but for majority of your time, you can rest in being mommy. And for me, I have to blend. I have to go both ways. I have to not go both ways, but I have to be on both sides of the seesaw to have balance with my son. Now that he and I live in our own space, parenting him has been a whole lot easier than when he was small. Same with Sister Davis, my son. He was manipulative towards his grandparents because we lived with his grandparents, and even when he was small, I had to like give him correction and get him to stop doing things. Legend used to have a terrible little attitude when he didn't get his way. Now he was two. Okay. You know how them 2-year-olds are. But he would do things to the point where he's upset. He throwing down chairs and, really trying to destroy stuff and whatnot. And I picked up on that in him early and I corrected him. Now, after a while, the grandparents are always going to grandparent. So they're like, no, don't do that to him. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. And one day, I had to have a real conversation with my mom. And I said to her, now Legend's only 5. So you can only imagine how young he was when I said this to her. I said, to us, he's the apple of our eye. But to the world, he's just another little black boy. I said, and we cannot allow him to think the world revolves around him because he is our apple of our eye, because he's important to us. To the world, he is not important. And we cannot allow him to grow up with that mentality because, like you all just testified, when we're no longer here, or when I'm not even around, I don't want my son thinking he's the apple of everybody's eye because he's not. Yes, you're a handsome little boy. Yes, you're smart. You are all of these things. But to the world, you're just another kid. And, the world is not as kind to you as they are to others. So I have to share that with my son. And, in our community, it's unfortunate we have to have those types of conversations, but I don't say that to him. He's 5, but I raise him in that way. So just because my son is an only child, he doesn't walk around with a sense of entitlement. And I've raised him that way from the beginning. He's, like I said, he's 5, but since he was 2, 3, 4 years old, I've never allowed my child to feel entitled to anything. He has to earn things. He has to be respectful. He cleans up after himself. Now, it is a little tough for me because he spends a lot of his times in 2 different environments. He's either with my mom, where she does in-home daycare. So therefore, things like picking up his plate after he's done eating. That's something that we have to work on because he'll finish eating and he'll say, I'm finished. And at my mom's house, she picks up their plates and puts it away. But here at home, you're big enough and you have a stool to put your plate, you put whatever you have in the trash and put your plate in the sink. He can do it, but because he's in 2 different spaces, sometimes he just says, I'm finished. And then I come back, I might be doing something and I come back and he has his plate with the pizza crust still sitting on the counter. And I have to remind him of that. So I'm very strict. For the most part because he is a boy. I do, he gets disciplined, but because people give me compliments on my voice a lot, I do have to kind of shift it up a little bit for him to let him know that I'm serious, because Legend is very smart and he can be very manipulative and he can definitely do little things that I would be like, okay, he, like I said to you guys, he is he corrects, he shares with me, And like you said, Paulette, my son does teach me a lot about apologies. And sometimes he comes and he says, when he's done getting in trouble, he'll say, Mommy, I'm sorry. And I said, What are you sorry for? And he'll say, for having a bad attitude or whatever he did to cause him to get in trouble and his awareness. And then sometimes he just says, like yesterday, he said, Mommy, you're the best, Mommy. And I didn't, I'm crying now, but I didn't cry then. I was like, Really, Legend? And he says, Yes. But it gets hard because I don't want to mess him up, and I don't want him to just not be a good kid, or grow up to be a great adult. And you just, when you have a child, you just try your best and you just don't want to mess them up, and I'm a human, and our kids see the rawness of us. They see us, he hears me praying, he might see me crying. He's very empathetic. He's, like I told you, he's like very empath, I guess people would say that. But what I say by that is, he he says to me like say for instance, if I work from home or if I just had a really tough emotional day, and he'll come home, he'll say, Mommy, you was crying today. And I'm thinking, looking at him like, what you mean am I crying today? And or he'll just come and hug me. And one thing his teacher said to me was, she called me mom. I don't know if that's because she didn't know how to pronounce my name or what, but she will always say Legends mom. She'll say, you're doing a great job, because he is one of the most kindest little boys, and he's always looking out for his classmates. And um, in his classroom this past school year, one of the kids he was on the spectrum, he has special needs, and his teacher expressed to me that Legend just took on the responsibility, him and his little friend, the little girl, and I'm not going to say her name, but they took it on to take this other student on like their best friend, and they care for him. And when the friend would have a little episode, Legend is running to go find his favorite toy or favorite teddy bear or blanket, and soothing him and telling him it's going to be okay. And when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, okay, Elvira, you're doing an okay job. So sometimes I get frustrated. Sometimes I get sad because I am a single mom. But like you guys said, he don't belong to me. He belongs to God. And God has a purpose for his
Amen.
life, because
Amen.
losing two kids and then having him, that alone is already special. So I try to be strong for him and not let him see me, sweat. And he's there with me. He's seen his mom. Thank you, Gino. He see his mom. Greetings to the sisterhood. Okay. But he sees his mom trying, and because I'm, he has his grandfathers, which is my dad, and then my mom's partner, he has them too. He has uncles. He does have his dad, though that he may not see his dad all the time. He does communicate with his dad, so he has masculine people in his life, but within the home it is just he and I. And I try to be a stern parent. I am a strict parent. I don't even sometimes let him watch certain things like YouTube Kids is a no go. I'm sorry, YouTube. I know y'all like my boss or whatever, but y'all got to clean up that YouTube's Kids app a little bit, just a little bit. But it is my parenting style is very unique. I don't, I don't. He's a good kid. He does what 5 year olds do. He's curious like the typical 5 year old. He's just a 5 year old, but he's a good kid. And I just sometimes I look at him and I'm amazed. I'm amazed. And I just can't believe that he's here. I'm always in awe that he's here. And if it's just me and him, like if I just say like this is just gonna be me and him, I'm okay with that. And I know that you two have heard me say that before. Thank you, Sister Life of Paulette. Thank you to everybody. It's not that I don't have hope or believe God has a husband for me if that's his will. However, I am okay with where I am now. Of course, Elvira always wants more. I know when I pray, the Lord is like, Lord, this girl wants something else. I sure do. I sure do. It's hard living for you, Christ. You're going to have to give me, you're going to have to, I'm leaving here with something, okay? I'm leaving here with something. So bad enough, I got to be a prisoner for the Lord. You're going to leave me here with something. So I'm going to keep asking you for stuff. But I just thank him for allowing me to do that. And man, I'm just going to say this because I didn't get a chance to testify to this, but I thank the Lord for my mom as well. I thank the Lord for my father as well because they are really great grandparents. I feel like parents always feel like, the grandkids, they got to show up for, right? And I told my dad and I told my mom, I said, you're in my family on both sides. Their generation, my parents' generation, they don't play about them grandkids now. Each and every one of their siblings and, first cousins call each other sisters and brothers, right? So it's like all of them don't play about their grandkids. They're going to get their grandkids. They're going to keep them for 2 weeks in the summer. They're going to send them things. They don't play. So though he's the only one, my mom has been such a great help to me. And, in our faith, we don't practice holidays, but his birthday is December 30th. So it's like, you lucky because you get to have a big old celebration around that time frame, right? And even that in itself is something. Or I don't know if I told y'all, but I'll share this. Okay. So, for those of you that may not be aware, we are in holiness, which is why Sister Paulette and I got our head covered up. But we in holiness. And with that being said, one day I FaceTime my baby because he was with my mom. And I had on like a little nightgown or whatever, and he could see my shoulders and my skin. And he was like, Mommy, I can see your skin. And he's used to me being covered up. And I said, Yeah, I'm just laying down in the bed. And I said, I'm just laying down in the bed. I'm relaxing. And he said, Mommy, go cover up your skin. So I went, grabbed the t-shirt, came back, and he said, Okay, that's better. And what I'm sharing that to say in our faith, we practice modesty, and he's always seeing me cover myself up. You could dress nice and look presentable, but just cover up. And with him being the opposite sex than I am, I always keep that barrier of privacy. So I don't allow him, even at 5 years old, you're not going to see mommy unclothed. You're not going to it happens when you have children. They just bust in the room. Mama, I want a juice box. And you trying to get dressed. They be like, boy, but not, that's unintentionally. Intentionally, I keep that separation of privacy for us because he has to know that there is a standard. He has to understand, because when you put that barrier within the household, like you all said, when they leave the household, they're not comfortable with seeing other people in that way of being. Now, that's one thing I would say about my parenting style is that, yes, I'm strict. Yes, I'm tough. I'm tough, tough, tough. But that's because, I just want my baby to be okay. And, you know, he lets me know that he's listening in church. I teach him his prayers at night, and I taught him what repentance means. So I share this and then I'll stop. But when I'm teaching him how to pray at night, and one day I said, okay, do you know what repent means? And he says, yes. And I said, what is it? He says, to tell God you're sorry. I said, okay. And what you saw, and why are you telling God, what could you be sorry for? And he said, bad behavior. I said, okay. So one day we praying, he does the Our Father prayer. And then I said, would you like to repent for anything? And he says, yes. And I said, what you want to repent for? And he said something, and I said, I didn't even know it happened. And I said, well, when did this happen? And he looking at me like, you all in my business. I'm talking to God. He was like, mommy. And I said, what happened? He said it happened in school. But to me, I didn't know. And, his teacher handled it. But I shared that to say, like, I'm teaching him the principles of, talking to God, having a conversation with God, and sharing with God what repentance means. And at his young age, and he's understanding, he's growing, and all of those things. So I'll leave it there. It's tough, y'all, but I just thank y'all so much. Thank you, Sister Dina Cole, Sister Mercy, Auntie Dawn. Thank you, Sister Paulette and Sister Davis, for you guys' kind words, because I know, like, parenting in itself, motherhood in itself is tough, but when we, like, I think Sister Davis said, and we all are testifying that it takes a village. You just can't do it. You just can't do it on your own. So I'm sorry, we all got a little long-winded on that question, y'all, but it's okay. All right, it's okay.
So that one was a lot. I mean, that's what we call a roller coaster question, because we all had ups and we had down and in between. So I love it. Thank you for sharing. That was beautiful.
Right.
Thanks for sharing.
And I just want to say real quick, and I just want to say I commend Sister Elvira because we do have
Yes.
support of a husband, but I know even my niece had to raise her two boys by herself pretty much, and they had a dad who she was married, but they were separated. But it's not an easy task, and when it's boys, it makes it that just much harder because you being a young lady, you know how to deal with a girl because you know what to expect. But when it comes
Mhm.
to a boy, it can be a challenge because you want to always make sure that you're not over protecting them because you want them to be strong men and not come up to be what we're gonna say like sissy or feminine. You want
Mhm.
to make sure that that they're tough, and then not only that, but it's a blessing to have your dad in his life because there are only certain things that your dad that he'll have those conversations with your dad, and whoever else, the Lord will put in his life regarding about manhood and how to, deal with certain feelings and that men's may have, or, just certain things that only a man can answer from their point of view. But not only that, but just, you being there for your son, and you are, taking that role and trying to, fulfill whatever void that he may feel. So I commend you for that, and just to be encouraged because um, sometimes I think we are our worst critics. We're hard on ourselves, and our children don't even see us that way. But that's the way we see ourselves. But our children are like, yeah, yeah, you're doing a good job. But to you, you're like, boy, it's always something I could be doing. So I just want to commend you on
Mhm.
that. And Sister Paulette, likewise, I think it's wonderful how you shared about how you teach your son and your daughter and how to And then you're showing her that it's not that you love the son more, but there's sometimes one just has a need more than the other, but you love them both the same. It's hard to sometimes divide that love and attention. I know it probably is pulling sometimes to give both of them that same attention, but children are so smart. They know that it's coming from a place of love, and believe it or not, they really do expect discipline. They're not going to tell you out of your mouth, but they know when they're wrong. They know when they need to be disciplined, and that's another thing that I struggle with raising my son, because even though he's an adult, he doesn't have the mind of an adult. He's like a mind of a maybe like a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old. So it's hard because I struggle with, okay, your age says you're grown. I'm not supposed to be able to pop on you, but there are days when you take me there and you make me just want to just, reach out and touch a little brother, the right, what I'm saying. As a mother, would do, but it's a struggle sometime, and I do the countdown with him like 5, 4, 3, and he know when I get to that 2. If I had to get to that 1, okay, me and you gonna go at it, but he usually responds to the countdown. So it's like asking God to give you ways and techniques how to deal with your child, like what's gonna work positive for them. So yeah, that's all I wanted to add on to that. So. And
That's
thanks
good.
everyone that came along the chat and who's here, and thank God for the sisters up here on the panel.
Amen. Thank you. The one of the other questions, which I think could be a good segue, would be: do you, either of you, ever feel overwhelmed? Now that your children or your sons are older, I'm pretty sure when they were younger you did. But what about now, today, being that they're picking up little habits, and not habits, but techniques and growth. You've seen their growth, but yeah, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
I would say for me, because at a young age we established a few principles and standards that we expect him to do, or we expect our children to do, that as they got older, us laying down rules became a little bit easier because it was established at such a young age. So, like for him doing his laundry, some parents would be like, "Oh my God, oh, the end of the world. He has special needs." Yeah, but he needed to learn how to wash his clothes. Or they would be like, "Well, you let him walk to the bus stop." Yes, he walks to the bus stop. However, though, my husband is, or I is always right behind him. They're the little things we instilled in him so he could feel independent and not so much us hovering over him. So if he is walking ahead of us and going to the bus stop, we're right behind him. But you plant seeds at a young age, you establish that, yes, you're special needs. I think for us, it was us as parents that had the most struggle on learning how to adjust and tweak certain things with a special needs kid, because they're going to get their point across too. It's not easy for you to say, "Don't jump up on the chair, little Will." Little Will is like, "But I like it because Billy Bob probably do it." Or Jaden, don't stand up on my bed. We ain't playing no jumping here. But mommy, so and so did it. So to learn how to stay in my seat as I correct and parent a child with special needs, me getting overwhelmed was mostly at the beginning, not right now, because he already knows the pros and the cons of what to do and what not to do. That's what I will add to that.
I, yeah, I wanted to mention this earlier when but I forgot. I always tell Sister Davis, I said, you know what, Sister Davis, I love our community, because one thing we don't do with our children, regardless if you have special needs or not. Everybody get the same list of rules. Everybody abide by the same rules. No special treatment. None. If Legend can't have a juice box, you can't have a juice box either, Jada. It don't matter, So I can say I love that about our community. We do look just because this child may be different than that child. No, y'all all together.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Right.
go ahead.
And not to piggyback on what Sister Paulette said too about um, just even with dealing with your children and stuff, but in a way that you want to teach them things to help them be independent. But there are days for me being overwhelmed. I have days that I go, and then there's days that I'm not overwhelmed. But what helped me with that was being able to educate myself. The more I learned and digged into about autism and what it entails, then I learned how to, okay, this is expected maybe behavior that he may come up with. The more I, read up things about things that he was doing, then I was able to better adjust, like she said, adjust and tweak, my parenting skills. But yes, there has been many days I've been so overwhelmed. I mean, from not getting enough sleep, feeling like, I don't have enough me time, just feeling like I just want to cry because it's like he just being himself. And I can only, I mean, he doesn't know that he's living the best way that he knows how to live, and not knowing that it's causing so much, I don't, well, not stress, but I don't know the right word, but it's just causing so much overwhelmingness, or just so much, it's just so much to take sometimes. It's just like you feel like, boy, if I don't get a break, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think about sometimes I'm like, all my sister friends are probably at home in the bed sleeping. I'm still up dealing with this with little Will. And it's like, well, it is what it is. I'm not gonna try not to complain. That's another thing. I try not to complain. But I do find myself doing that because it's just almost impossible sometimes. But um I just try to let him be himself. And that's another thing, going into a store and taking your child because you don't want to keep them home, but you want to take them out in the real world because they're going to have to deal with society one day. And just having the people stares and giggles and making, things like that, it can make you feel overwhelmed, like, but you learn that people don't always mean any harm. They just don't know, and it's ignorance to them. But my thing is, come and ask me. I'm not the kind of person who's gonna yell at you for saying, well, why does he do this? Or, like, he may flick his fingers, or he may, make a certain noise all of a sudden, and bring attention to himself, or he may throw a big, say, tantrum because it's something that he saw that he wanted, or he something that he wanted to do, or something that I didn't give him, didn't react quick enough for him. So yeah, there are days I really feel overwhelmed, but then there's those days where I get rewarded when he'll come and look me in my face, and he'll just give me a kiss on the jaw, or give me a kiss on the mouth, like, like I said, do you love me, Will? Tell mommy that you love me. Show me how you love me. And he'll either come and give me like a kiss on the mouth or a hug, and that just makes my day. And that just takes me over. But yeah, it can be very overwhelming. And again, I pray and ask God to give me patience, because I'm telling you, you have to have patience with children like this. And just average, so quote unquote average children you have to have patience with the older they get, because they come up with these little attitudes and stuff. But when you got a child that's special needs, it takes that even much further. So yeah, I just thank God for, his strength, and I thank God for uh giving me patience, the patience that I have, and I'm asking him for more patience. Even as we're on the channel talking now, Lord, give me more patience, and give me how to tolerate, and how to you know try to understand my son. And because you made him, he's made in God's image. At the end of the day, God made him. He doesn't make mistakes. Whatever mindset he has, the Lord allowed him to have it. And the biggest consolation was, I'll tell you, I'm going to leave with this. I used to wonder what was going to happen to my son if me and my husband should pass, or like if he's going to go to heaven, what's going to happen. And I never forget, I think Tony Hiram put a tape out, and Pastor Gino was talking about children that have autism, or just special needs. Of course, they're going to go to heaven because they don't know any better. And that just made my heart feel bad. I mean, glad, because I was feeling bad thinking before he said it that, wow, is my son going to go to hell because he can't repent? And it didn't make sense, but it's good to hear somebody explain it. And that just gave me comfort and consolation that, that God, he made his mind, so he's going to wind up in heaven anyway it goes. So I'm striving to get where he's going to be able to make it anyway. So I'm just thankful for God, and I thank you all again. And just pray for me. I'm praying for everyone, and keep one another in prayer. That's all I got to say. And thank you again.
Welcome. You're welcome, Sister Davis. And thank you for sharing that. I have never thought of that, you know, about life after this. I'll answer very shortly. What parent doesn't get overwhelmed? Okay. If you got healthy kids, if you got a kid, okay, you're going to get overwhelmed. You a mama,
Amen.
if you the mama, the daddy, you overwhelmed. Okay. So it's always a part of the journey. I will say when I do get overwhelmed, I just, like I said, I thank and praise God for my mom being close to me, because it's always on time when she's like, I'm gonna come get Legend, or Legend can come down here for a weekend. And that's the healthy little amount of time that he and I need away from each other for me to recalibrate, come back, and be back focused for him, because I do get overwhelmed. And um, it's hard to kind of just put your best face on for your children, and not allow the woes and the troubles of the world. Because just because you got a child, and for you too, just because your child has special needs, the world doesn't stop. The problems of the world still pile up. The problems that you don't even need to deal with because you don't had a long day, or like Sister Davis said, a long night with your child. And guess what? Tomorrow morning is waiting for you for its own deck of problems. And that in itself, to me, is like, oh my gosh. So to help me with that, I do, pray, journal. I got to get back to walking, but physical movement helps as well with navigating the toughness of your mind. Minister Lodge teaches us all the time, listen, you're going to have problems always. As long as you're alive, you're going to have a problem. So you may as well just get used to it and figure it out. So when I do get overwhelmed, even if it's not related to Legend, I'm still trying to navigate that. I'm pretty sure every parent listening can testify that we have wrongly yelled at our children and they did not deserve it, because we were frustrated, because we were overwhelmed, and we were being short patient with them. And one thing I do teach and I practice with my son, I apologize to him. Yes, I apologize to a 5-year old. I tell him mommy is
Amen.
sorry, and I tell him why I'm
Mhm.
apologizing. Just like I want him to tell me why he's apologizing, I apologize and say, mommy is sorry. Mommy was having big feelings and mommy shouldn't have did that or said that. And, in itself is teaching him to hold me accountable, and that I hold myself accountable as well with parenting him, because all of us can testify and say that our parents didn't always get it right. And my dad and I mean, I talk about my parents a lot, y'all. I talk to my parents almost every day. So my dad and we have our conversations, and one thing I can say about our relationship, if I don't agree with something that he said, or he doesn't agree with something that I said, we respect each other enough to say, I don't agree with that, or Nope. Or, we both will pump our brakes and we either change the subject or we go on to the next thing, just because of that. So being able to have that as an example for me, I take that on to my child, and he's 5. And I keep saying he's 5 because I have to realize that. I had to realize I'm the adult. This is a child. So I have to process and it's not that you're the problem, not him. He's doing what children at 5-year-olds do, at 5 years do. He's whine like he used to whine a lot. I've kind of geared him out of that. But he used to do this little whiny noise when he wasn't getting his way, and that would irritate me. And then I had to check myself. You're the 34-year-old, he's the child. So redirect him. So when I get overwhelmed, um, I check myself first, and I fall short. I fall short every day. But I just pray that he grows up to be a decent human being. With one of the things that Sister Davis mentioned and was, you know, um, how do you guys handle, behaviors and characteristics and movements that your children may do that is different for you, like what may not be normal to others? How do you all handle that perspective and things like that?
I'm sorry. Can you kind of repeat that question one more time?
Um,
Oh, y'all go. Yes, I was asking, how do you handle behaviors and traits that your son does that may not be normal to others?
that's I can go first this today if you don't mind.
Yes, that's
Um,
fine.
that's a great question, Sister Elvira, because a lot of times dealing with a special needs kids, they do have their own little world that they go in and out of every so often. So, example, my son, he has he likes to sing, but I had to learn in time that I have to let him know when is appropriate to sing and when it's not the right timing to sing. So what I taught him was indoor and outdoor. So from a young age, I will tell him, use your indoor voice, meaning if we're outside, he has to use his indoor voice, meaning he was not able to sing freely and make a put on a scene so people could see him. Even though he was singing his favorite song, he had to he had to learn when to switch on and switch off. And at the time, it was a hard thing for him because he didn't know any better. He thought like they don't know the difference between, for them they're living life. They have no stress, no worries. And for him, whenever he was excited or he was happy, he will go into singing. And then as parents, we will be like, okay, I need to figure out a technique on how I can help him as he get older not to look like a grown man just out of control. So when we instilled the indoor outdoor, I had friends. Remember, I told you guys at the beginning that God kept sending me these friends that had special needs kids that they would drop nuggets on me. So I've learned when I went to Kansas to use the indoor outdoor because I had a friend. I didn't have a child at the time, but she was dealing with her autistic son. And I remember saying, Lord, please don't send me, I don't know if I could deal with it. She would cry. I mean, she was going through her motions. And I was like, how does she do it? Oh, I don't know what I would do. This was before the kids. Once I got the kid, and the Lord said, I'm going to show you that you can do it too. And I got pregnant and I ended up with a special needs kid. And what her kid was doing, and I saw from her, she will always be patient. She would use her indoor voice, meaning quiet tone. mellow tone as much as you would want to trigger, like, oh my God, because we're so used to what society tell us is normal, that when they're making these tones and their noises, that's abnormal to society. So for him to fit in the box, she would have to use indoor voice and outdoor voice. And she always say, Paulette, you just pray for more patience and more patience, and that well, God will start giving it to you, and you will be able to implement it. And when your son is doing things that society says is abnormal, you'll be able to route him appropriately and correctly. So for me and my son, we taught him indoor and outdoor voices. So if we're going in a car and we're outside, every so often, because they are kids and they're such bubbly kids and they're excited and the world revolves around them in their little mind, we have to remind him every so often, Jaden, you know, indoor voice, meaning your little tone you can sing in your head for right now, or if you sing out loud, make sure it's just for you and wait till you get home to sing. So at the beginning, teaching him that, he would tell me, Mommy, he would say, but that's my favorite song. I love that song. Like, he didn't care if you didn't like what he was singing, but he loved his song. And I was interfering with his song, and he couldn't understand that. But at the end of the day, guys, you got to learn the little technique. So, indoor, outdoor. Another thing my son has that, I will have to remind him every once in a while is to keep his mouth. He will open his mouth and he's in his zone, and he'd stick his tongue out. So he'd be, and I'm like, Jaden, put your tongue in, Jaden. And he already, I don't even have to say it anymore. If we're out and he's in his comfort zone and he's zoning off, he will get in that comfort zone, and I'll be like, Jaden, come on. And he would chuckle. But that's the consistency of repetition. And would they get it right all the time? No. But in due timing, they will understand when mommy is telling you, hey, you need to, close your mouth, or why she's telling you certain things. He don't get offended, because the older they get, they can be a little emotional at time. Like, mommy, why are you being so mean to me? I just wanted to do X, Y, and Z. And you're trying to not fit them in the box. You want them to have their own box, but then yet appropriately fit correctly. So that would be my thing. And use softer tones whenever he is singing, instead of saying, Jaden, shut up, in a normal person irritation and overwhelming voice, I would tend to say, Jaden, can we sing with our indoor voice today? And then he'll be like, okay. And then he can already go. Instead of first, I didn't know how to do it. So I would just go all out in my top of my zone. I'm irritated. I'm frustrated. I'm trying to focus. And I'm like, Dad. And we as parents would use harsh words at times, because we think we don't connect, special needs. Sometimes we would be like, shush up, or hush. And that, to them, in their world, you're not being nice to them. You guys speak nicely. So the response sometimes is not the right thing. So we, as special needs parents, we need to correct ourselves first to adjust to them when it comes to, we need to understand that child, the pros and the cons. So we're educating as we're growing. That's about all I can say in a special need. We're educating ourselves as we are growing. So, Sister Davis, you want to add to that? You and Sister Elvira?
Mm-hmm.
Amen. I do agree, and I don't want to keep piggybacking off of, you're right. It's about the adjustments that we have to make. And one of the things that I get it what you're saying, like when you're in public, in the I, I want to allow him to, maintain his identity and who he is, but I have to remind him that you're in a public setting and your loud voice, you have to use your softer voice. You can't be that loud. So when we're out in public, because everybody doesn't always understand, and you might invade their little things. So you have to be not as loud, because he can just get loud and just keep going on and on. And I have to let him know, Will, you're in a, shh, not so loud, not so loud. And then when he was younger, when we used to take him like places like a place called Showbiz Pizza, where they had the little things, we had to teach him you can't just go on to by somebody's table and just pick off a piece of pizza because you think that it's a free for all. No, we that's somebody else's pizza. They paid for that, and plus, I don't know these people. I don't want you just eating off somebody's, thing. So that was a big thing. We had to teach him that you just can't help yourself. I mean, he had to learn that when you go to the store, if he's thirsty, I have to keep him away from those little coolers that have the little waters in them. Because if he's thirsty, he's like, well, he don't think about, well, mom's got to pay for this. It's like, it's there. I'm thirsty. I'm going to go get him a drink it. So he did. I'm like, why you got to pick the most expensive water? Because there's a couple other waters in that cooler. You have to pick the most expensive one. But he doesn't take no to that. So, he just does things like that. And then, as she was talking about adjusting, I have to be very sensitive and very careful sometimes with the way I handle him because he may be trying to help me with something and it might be like I don't want the help right now. And I have to be careful. I remember one time you know, he was trying to help me and I kind of got a little scolded with him. I kind of scolded him and it hurt his feelings so bad and I felt bad. I'm like with Sister Virus, I had to apologize and tell him, oh, I'm sorry because he was coming from a place of help. But for me, it was like, I don't need your help. But I didn't want to, tear down his, he wanted to help and I didn't want to tear down that sense of him wanting to, help out and, I wanted to make him feel welcome and feel like, you were needed. I didn't want to take that from him, but it's just like she said, we have to always adjust, and this is a learning process. You don't never stop learning. At least I don't stop learning with this. It feels like it's something always new to be learned. About this. And I guess the older he gets, there's going to be more things. I can see his maturity. So there are some behavior traits that he has changed that is not so bad, but there are some that he still holds on to. And now he comes up with a new thing almost every so many months or whatever. It's something new that he's doing. I gotta like, oh Lord, this is something else I gotta work out with you, little Will. But it's just it's pretty interesting. As I can say, I'll just say it like that. It's interesting. So yeah, I just thank God
Amen.
again for the strength. So yeah.
And you're
Awesome.
still standing. Both of y'all are standing and you're standing so strong. And, you know, um, I didn't, like I said earlier, I didn't know that you guys struggle, I didn't know until you share and you open up and, you know, um, I used to, why Sister Davis be up so late? I used to wonder that, Sister Davis. I'm like, I know Paulette is 6 hours behind me, but Sister Davis will be up and, and stuff. But now I know,
Yeah.
now I know. And when we share like this, it opens us up to be relatable
Yes.
to
Yes.
others. It allows us for people to see, where we're at in our lives. No, I wouldn't say that, I will say that I've noticed my son, because he is an only child, he does want to go to public settings and like the park and stuff so he can mingle with other kids. My only thing is that I've noticed his frustration because he's tall. A lot of the older kids think that he's their age until he starts talking. And sometimes I feel like, I get a little anxious because he gets a little unfair treatment on the playground because the bigger kids are faster than him. So they'll, he's the little thing. He's the, so he'll be chasing them. He can't reach them and he'll get frustrated. And I remember taking him to the park maybe last month, and he was standing up and he was screaming, and I went over there and I said, Legend, what's wrong? And he talked to me and he said, what happened? And I said, well, if they're not playing fair, go pay somewhere else. And just like at school, because he's so fair, there was one student that has a lot of things going on at home. I could tell by the behavior of the child. And Legend will always tell me like how mean the little boy is or what the little boy would say to him. And he would come home and tell me how mean he is. And I said, well, Legend, you don't have to play with him if you don't want to play with him. And his response was, Mommy, if I don't play with him, nobody plays with him. And I said, so I'm thinking to myself, so because you see that no one else is playing with him, you play with him? And he says, yes. And he says, but he be so mean, I don't want to play with him anymore. And I said, well, you don't have to. And I said, and you're being a good friend, but you don't have to sacrifice yourself for others, you know? And that's a big word for a 5-year old, but I still said it, you know, and like I tell y'all, I'm struggling with understanding how to talk to a 5-year old like I'm a 5-year old, but I try to, I'm trying, and I think I'm doing a decent job with letting him know, have boundaries, you know, have some boundaries about yourself. Hey, the real, hey, brother Tyree. So that's what I would say. You know, like I said, you guys have very unique stories, but I did want to add, you know, sometimes, you know, my 5-year-old be acting like a 5-year-old, and I have to regulate him. And one thing I did want to add to when the question was about parenting styles, one day it just dawned on me that it ain't rocket science, but I am my child's first relationship with a Black woman. And a lot of the things that I teach him are things that he's going to carry on with him out into the world, out into dating, out into how he picks his future wife. And with that, I try my hardest to, like you guys said, speak kind, be patient, and talk to him with affirmation so that he always feels affirmed and not that he has to seek that affirmation from the pretty girls at school, because
Yeah.
he already got little love letters coming home. He's so interested in little Miss Latina. Her name was Melanie, and then he liked the little chocolate girl named Summer. And he was just, I said, "What, boy?" But he's so kind. And so I'll say that I try to speak life into him. So but yeah, so you can see Brother Tyree may be back there waiting. I'm done now. I'm done.
Thank you so much, sister, for sharing that. You know, it's such a great conversation today where you guys are taking the time out of your busy day, you know, and you're able to share this and helping other people that's listening. They may be quiet right now in the background, but I know they're listening and taking notes because you all are sharing some nuggets. So thank both of you guys for sharing that. I'm gonna bring up Brother Tyree right now. So we'll give you 1 second, Brother Tyree. Welcome, Brother Tyree, to Life with Paulette
Hey,
on
greetings, sisters. How y'all
EFT
doing? How y'all
Media.
doing?
Blessings, blessings.
Wonderful sisters. How y'all
Amen.
doing?
Good. As you can see from the title, this was Paulette's topic today. Brother
hmm
Tyree,
Wonderful
Tyree.
topic.
I'm
Wonderful topic.
sorry.
Good,
um,
good. Wonderful
but
topic. This is a wonderful topic. You
yes,
know, I was just listening in to what y'all was saying. I was just scrolling on YouTube. I was on the Brothers with TNT, and I was like, let me just scroll on YouTube some more. And I saw y'all, and I saw the topic. I was like, ooh, this is a good one. So, um, you know, like I said, with my situation, you know, with my child, you know, uh, it's a learning progress. I tell you that. I remember when me and my wife we first started to try for a child. My first one was a miscarriage. It was my first junior, and it was devastating for me when I lost him, and it played a huge role in a lot of things that I've done in the past, where, I wish I didn't do it. But again, the Lord had mercy on me, and He's very merciful, I'll tell you that. But one thing that stuck out with me was when, prior to me and her trying for a child, I had a vivid dream the most vivid dream like it was yesterday. Like I had a daughter, and I was holding an exact copy of my wife, and glory to God, it came to pass. I got a beautiful daughter that looks just like my wife. You know, act like me almost all the time, eats like me all the time. You know, a progress. You know, but one thing with my daughter, you know, with parenting as well too, it definitely humbled me. You know, especially when I really made it to my mind to do this thing right and serve God, you know, with the fullness because, you know, I had daughters coming into the world and I didn't want my daughter to see her father out there doing God knows what, making it a bad example for her. So when she finds to get a husband one day, she thinks that's acceptable, you know, and I didn't want that on my conscience. I didn't want no man to do that to my daughter, you know, and that's what sobered me up even more. And plus the fear of the Lord, of course, but that was even added more stability to me during that time, and it still is now because I don't want that for my daughter when she gets older. My little girl, she's only 2 years old, but this little girl here, I am telling you, this girl here is gonna be she's gonna be tall, she's gonna be smart. I'm already knowing off the rip. This girl here is a problem solver. This girl, like, she figures out things like so fast. And she has a good memory, man. That's why I'm learning how to be very careful with what I say around her. Also with the yelling and stuff like that because the kids are very sensitive, you know, and we gotta be very careful. Like I was hearing what y'all was saying about we gotta be watchful what we say because kids they tend to pick up on tendencies. You want some more water? Oh, you got, mama, you got food all in your water. But sorry, I ate some food. But like kids start to pick up on tendencies really, really easily, you know. So that's why I'm been very, very careful with what I say and me speaking to her because they remember certain things, you know, and they store it in their memory banks for later on. You never know. So that's why I'm always trying to be careful what I say and how I treat her. Yes, of course, I'm her father. Of course, I gotta be in between of, you know, being a father figure and showing love at the same time, showing tough love, but still showing a soft love at the same time. So it's kind of a mixture of both. It's sort of the point where she knows, hey, that's my dad. I fear him. You know what I'm saying? I respect him. And then it's like his soft side. Okay, I understand that's his soft side. You know, I love him, stuff like that. That's the mix I'm trying to be because I want to make sure that she knows that I'm the father where you know she sees a working father, a father that's serving God, and I want to make it in my absolute possible way where I can show her, look, I want to lead her the right way, and you know, I want to make sure that, and also honestly too, that's an added determination for me to serve the Lord even more, you know, because I want to make sure I get the wisdom and knowledge I'm getting from the Lord. Yes, Mama. You want to get down? Okay. All right. Hold on. But you know, that's even added, even more added, you know, determination for me because I want to do this thing right while I'm getting the wisdom of God in me, and not just for front. I want to make sure I want to install that into her. Teach her how to fear the Lord. Teach her how to serve God. Teach her how to manage her emotions. Teach her how to go to God, you know, in certain and in all things, not just little things, no, in all things, in the good or in the bad. You know, teach her how to control her emotions and stuff like that. You know, and that's what I'm learning for myself. You know, it's a progress for me. You know, but with the Lord Himself, He's definitely been helping me to control myself, you know, not to always be 100 all the time, you know. And from my past time, I used to be 100 and just keep going that people neck all the time. But now, like, the Lord is cutting that down out of me. and he pricks my heart on that a lot. So that's why I'm definitely working on that for sure. And I want to do the best for my daughter. Um, so she won't see that side of me at all. I want her to see, I want her to be a child. You okay? You okay? Eat your knee. Eat your knee. I'm sorry. Eat your knee. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me take a dip off. But hold on, stop, mama. Hold on. I want your face real quick. You got dirty face. But the major thing is I want to make sure that I um being a good father to her. And yes, it is a battle sometimes because she has her emotions. And like I said, that's my first time, learning how to be a parent, and of course sometimes I don't always get it right all the time, but I try my best to make sure that I'm doing the best I can with Lord's help. And like for instance, I remember I was always yelling all the time, this yelling, 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 and I remember this one thing came to my mind, um, I had to learn how to stop yelling because it does something to a child. And again, I have to always remember she's only two. I gotta always step back. I can't. I can always, attack a 2-year-old like he's a grown, like 5 or 6, 7 years old. No, she's only two. You know what I'm saying? So I have to get believe to be a child. You know what I'm saying? I can't always just come down and throw just like, just, no, 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 do this, do this, do this, do this. Like, no, she's only 2 years old. She's still learning how to be a child. She's still developing. She don't know what's right, what's wrong yet. She's still learning. She's still developing that. Yep.
Yeah.
I know, Mama. I'm right here, Mama. And it's a process. But
Yeah.
Taya,
So,
what you doing?
so brother Tyree, not to cut you or anything.
No, no, you good, you good, you good.
My question to you will be is what tactics would you be able to share if you have learned any tactics on when that child is becoming in your head a little bit too much. And how do you deal with it? You mentioned that you sometime had to learn how to not yell as much as you're
Yes.
doing. So did
Um.
you learn any techniques or tactics in how to manage that process? Because I know that us with special needs kids as well, we
Mhm.
have to get under that tactic. Otherwise, that kid
Yes.
needs to know
Yes.
its place at all times. So I don't
Yes.
know if you have any tactics you can share with us, or you just want us to help you with a few tactics that can better guide you through, if that's fine.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm always open to stuff like that because again, like I said, this is my first time, and I have a daughter, that is she learns so fast, man. I'm telling this girl here this. But
Yeah.
the major thing that the tactic I've learned is, of course, like I said earlier, my walk with God really been helping me to manage my emotions and um, not to overexert myself, and so I had to come back to reality like this. Huh? I know. I cleaned it up, Mom. I cleaned it up. Um, you know, I have to always come back to the realization. She's only 2 years old. She's
Hmm.
still a child. She's still developing. She's still young. She still has her brain is learning rapidly. It's not like now
Hmm.
she's like fully developed mind yet. She don't know right from wrong. She knows some, but she's still learning. And I can't be too hard on her. I really can't. I can't
Yeah.
be so hard on a 2-year-old thinking like she's a full grown 6-year-old or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So
Uh-huh.
I always have to come back to reality. It's like, you know what? Let me pause. Let me do this. Let me say, hey, look, what's wrong? Use
Hmm.
your words, stuff like that. Calm down. I'm right here. Talk to me. What you need? What you want? Talk to her
Hmm.
in that way. Talk to her in a calm voice. But when she's
Hmm.
when she's loud, I gotta be the calm. And I'm learning that
Hmm.
from First Church. I learned from church where especially in marriage, when the other person is being up loud and when the scream stuff like that, I can't match that energy. I can't do that because
Yeah.
I'll be embarrassed for myself. You know what I'm saying? at the end of the day, I still gotta love my wife regardless if she means, she upset, she yell at me, curse me, wherever it be. I still gotta love her and not be bitter. So I'm learning how to control my emotions that way. So regardless, if she's going 100 to 200,
Mhm.
I gotta be at 70. So
Well, you know, at the end of the day, brother, from a helicopter mom, even that she's two
mhm.
years old, you want to
Yes,
guide her. Okay.
yes,
I
yes.
know that they get excited and stuff, but
Oh
there's
yeah.
the parenting stage starts from a young age. So if you feel like she's a bit like overly, because right now she want your attention. So you need to
Oh yeah.
separate
Oh yeah.
when you're in your space and when it's you in her space from young. So she
Hmm.
would know Daddy's on the phone right now, or Daddy's on a conference call. You need to wait your turn. And once you start instilling that from a young age from to her,
Hmm.
she would not, you will have, you will have less of interruptions, and it will be a
Oh yeah.
better position that you're guiding her at the end. Because right now she wants your attention and she wants you
Oh
for
yeah.
her,
Oh yeah.
and rightfully
Oh yeah.
so, you know, but she don't know unless you teach her how to do it. Okay. I mean,
That's
I don't
true.
know if any
That's
other
true.
sister want to add something, or how they can help brother Tyree with that portion, so that way that the baby at 2 can understand when to implement, when to pull back, when it's her space, when it's his space, when it's she needed to give daddy that timing. I know that a lot of
Hmm.
you guys here can help brother Tyree with that portion. You all want to share, Sister Elvira, Sister Davis, because brother, you're doing a great job as a father. I mean, I love to see dads with their daughters, you know, just
Oh yeah.
doing
I
the
love every
do,
moment of it.
and you
I love
love
every
your
moment of
daughter, but a lot of
it.
times, sometimes we love them so much that we hate to correct them, and then
Oh,
society will
oh, oh!
correct them for
I
us.
definitely understand that. Yeah, I had to break myself out of that. I had to break myself out of that because I was
Absolutely.
all about love, 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 love. But no, I gotta
Mhm.
be, I gotta let her know. Look, I'm still dad.
Yeah,
I still
you're
gotta
still dying.
implement the discipline and stuff like that. Yes, mama.
Absolutely. So, Brother Tyree,
Yes,
right now I'm going to have Sister Davis or Sister Elvira to help you, to share with you how
mhm.
they will deal with certain scenarios, because their kids now is not 2, their kids are 5 and 22,
Oh
and
yeah,
I
oh
know
yeah,
they can drop
yeah,
some
yeah.
nuggets. So what I will ask,
All right.
if you can mute for a little bit, and then once they're finished, then we'll pull you back in if that's okay. I'm gonna mute myself as well so
No
they can
problem, no
share,
problem,
and
no problem.
Elvira will help guide the conversation. Thank you, bro. Thanks for sharing, by the way.
No problem.
Ye-
Yes. But,
yes.
um, I would say, well, for me, I was the disciplinarian because when Legend was 2, like I said, we were living with my mom and her partner and my sister. So to the other 3 people in the house, Legend was, of course, the apple of their eye, and he got away with a lot of things. But when he was 2, 1, all the way up to now, that structure, the habits of keeping him on a schedule, sticking to his schedule, and then also, like Sister Paulette said, the legal guidelines of correction. But I I don't know. I think I was, because I would have him be occupied. Even now, if I'm on the phone, my child will come and start having a conversation with me. And I pause or mute the phone and I say to him, Mommy's having a conversation. It's not your turn, but when mommy's finished, you can tell me what you have. Or I might pause, see what it is that he needs, and then I go back into, okay, you're gonna have to wait. I'm just now, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm just now teaching him, when I'm on a phone call, you stay in your place. You don't, because he's 5 now. I could say, be quiet, I'm on a phone call, you wait till I'm done, and then you can, talk. But when they're two, it's so hard. It's just so hard because they're curious about everything. And then they see you talking, and like Sister Paulette said, they want to be a part of the conversation, but they want your attention. And then something that Tyree and I both have in common is that we have only one child as of right now. So the parents are, like Sister Paulette said, the best friend, or Sister Davis said this too. You're their best friend, you're their only friend sometimes, and they want a lot of your attention. But, you know, Legend had a lot of toys, a lot of things to play with. So he would be occupied. But then, like I said, a lot of times I was never like, this is me and my son's first time living together alone. We've always been in a house of people. So he's a little older now, so it's a little easier. But when he was younger, for one, I could never get on a live for 3 hours and a half and be talking to y'all this long. If Legend was here, I wouldn't be on a live this long talking, but because that's just way too long for him to be tending to himself with nobody else. But at 2, I don't know. We did a little, a little, and hey, stop or don't do, but I have a boy. So I'm a little, I don't know. I don't think I'm the right person because I'm a little, like I said earlier, and I know you came into the conversation later, Tyree, but I am very strict. I am very strict with my child. Even when he was 2, I was very strict with him. And I gave him, pretty good parameters, but I am very strict with him because, you know, he's a boy. Now with little girls, I'm not sure because I don't have a little girl, but I know like some of the sisters in the chat have daughters and whatnot. But I don't know. I don't know. I just it's 2 of y'all and things like that. But that's it. So what we've been doing, Tyree, is kind of like I've been asking the sisters questions and stuff, and they've been sharing their experience with parenting a child with special needs. And though Legend does not have special needs, I was kind of testifying similar to what you did on, just parenting him in general to some of the questions. So now I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let Sister Davis go ahead and share her perspective. I don't even know if I made any sense because I feel like I've already, we talked about this earlier
No,
in the
you did. That's wonderful.
conversation.
That's wonderful. That's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Okay.
And I think I could add on to what you just said about the strictness. That's how I am now. I'm learning to be that because
Yeah.
I
We
can't
have to.
be passive. I
Yeah.
can't what you call it, not paying attention. Like because I have to be alert. I have to pay attention. Like, I gotta be aware of certain things are going on. I gotta be careful what she's eating. I gotta be careful what she's doing, or what she's saying, stuff like that. Because I'll be held accountable. What I have to make sure that she's being taught and led the right way. That's why I say that's why I take my walk with God seriously. And I try to implement that with towards my daughter. If you go get that instilled, just go get that instilled in her at an early age instead of just waiting. No, I want to attack it now while I got the time. And um, with her, like I said, she's learning, and she's learning really fast. And also, Paulette, to add on to what you just said about the space and everything, she's learning here and there. With that, I've been trying to teach her that a little bit. I've been teaching her how to learn patience, and and then she'll say, "Sorry, daddy, I'm sorry, daddy," and then she'll go play and stuff like that. So she's learning here and there, but like I said, she's only 2. Of course, they memory they forget sometimes or
Turn the
what
rice
it is,
up.
but she definitely is learning. She definitely is learning. Though. I will say that, but of course, it's a everyday process to kind of continue to keep working on it with her and stuff like that. Because she is learning. So I will say that.
Awesome, brother. Awesome. Thank you, Sister Elvira, for sharing with us. Those great little tips that you give too. That's, adjusting that me time and his space and your space. And, Sister Davis, mother of a 22-year-old, what's your tactics that you would like to share?
Well, I think everything that you all said so far is really spot on. And it really depends on that child, but I would tell, if I could weigh in and say anything, I would say start at the young age. You don't want to wait till they get bigger. It's kind of hard, like Sister Elvira said, and Sister Paulette said with a 2 year old, because their mind is not fully as far as developed as far as knowing, all the right and the wrongs. But that's why we're there to guide them and teach them. And maybe have a play area setting just for her and say, this is your area where you play in. And it's not too young to teach her how to pick up behind herself, even though she's two. Children are very smart. And I would say, if anything, consistency is key. When I say consistency, meaning that if you had to, like Sister Elvira said, get her a tap on her hand for something she did, and you see her do it again maybe later, or because I always believe in talking to a child first, telling them and explaining to them no, and then what it is, what they're doing, and then let them know the consequences of what happens when they don't do it. So they'll know that there are consequences for bad behavior. I've seen people who reward their children for bad behavior, and it's not a good thing. If they don't deserve a lollipop, don't give them a lollipop. Give them what they deserve. There are times when you have to, weigh that out, but I would just say be consistent, and then if you're in a home with a parent and them too, you both have to be on the same page, because even children at 2 know how to play parents against one another. If she knows that she can get her way with you and you're the kind of the what we call the easy parent, she's gonna come to you more because she knows that daddy's gonna, and I'm not saying you are, don't, brother Tyree, I'm saying, I'm just making a point, or vice versa. If your wife is the easy person, she's going to cater to her because she knows that mommy is going to be a little bit more, um, forgiving, or she's going to be more easier with me. It's important that you all be on the same page when it comes to the parenting. You all have to agree and never disagree in front of the child. Always, behind closed doors, if you have a disagreement about something, the way that she's being, brought up, don't let her know what the disagreement is, because they're definitely going to use that ammunition against you. Kids even at 2 are so smart. I mean, children back when I grew up at 2 year olds, when I was younger, boy, these 2 year olds now, they are so smart. I mean, they almost can tell you a thing or two. But kids, they catch on it like sponges. They absorb a lot. They are very observative, so you gotta be careful what you do in front of them. Like it sounds like that's what you're doing already. It looks like you're already aware of, like what you do in front of her, because you know that your behaviors are important. Because what she see, she emulates, and she doesn't know. So it's good that you put her, and there's nothing wrong with putting him in front of a church video with singing. If she likes singing, maybe that'd be something to occupy her time. Like put on a Truth to God video. It could just be a child's video where they're singing songs like, like happy, if you're happy, it, or something like that. Just something to keep her, or educational videos are good too, because she's absorbing a lot and doing numbers with her, like 1 and she says 2 and you say 3, and I'm just giving you little things that throw out there. But like I agree with Sister Paulette, it's important that when you're um even when we were children, my father would always say you're supposed to be seen and not heard. So we knew that when they had company or when they were engaging people, we are to zip our lips, okay? We know that, hey, that's, we don't get involved with grown-ups conversations. That's not what little kids do. We stay in little kids places. But with a 2 year old, it's kind of hard because, like I said, they're just really getting out of that. They're learning, so they're really small. So you got to treat them a little bit. And you know that as a man, you probably have a heavier hand, so you got to be careful with tapping, because they're just, their body, they can't probably take a little too, like a little man can take, like Sister Elvira said. But yeah, just remain consistent, and And if you don't make empty promises, never tell a child, I want to get you when I get home, even when they get older, because I've known a lot of people do that. And kids, if you don't establish that truth with them and you don't follow through, they'll know that you're a pushover. Oh, he don't mean it. He said he's going to give me, but that's what he always says. Always follow through. If you say you're going to do something, try to do it. Teaching them that your word is your bond, and Daddy really means what he say. So that's all I got to say. But it's like to me, you're on the right path. I can tell you love your daughter and that she is your priority and you're doing a wonderful job as a father. Keep that up, but just, set some boundaries and let her know. And when she does, there's nothing wrong with telling her no. It's not always yes. She comes in and put your hand over your mouth and say, shh. Maybe you can give her some sign, let her know you can all can play a game like, shh, it's that time. Daddy's on the phone or daddy's doing something. Shh, what's that mean, mama? Shh. And she'll get to know that means, hey, daddy means quiet. And then give her reward sometime. If she doesn't, make a big praise. Oh, you did good, baby. You know what shh mean. My daddy's gonna give you that cookie or he's gonna give you that thing. Sometimes it's not a bribing thing, but it's just a technique at 2 years old. When she gets older, you can change it up a little bit. When they get older, I learned that my son, honey, if I take his tablet, that will ruin his day. Cause I can't pop him like I used to, cause he's grown. But I can take your tablet and hey, I can get your attention that way. So there's always ways to deal with it. Just ask God to give you what is gonna work for your daughter. But yeah, teach her like a little like the finger over the mouth and the shh sign and then reward her when she does it. Praise her, make a big deal and so that's all I wanted to say, Brother Tyree. So I'm gonna stop because
That
kids are
Awesome.
precious.
definitely,
I love
you
them.
know, that definitely,
Thank
that's
you.
definitely wonderful, sister, that you said all those things because one thing that stood out to me, what you just said, was about being on the same page, and that's some of the problems a little bit too between me and my wife. Of course, like I said, again, I'm in holiness, and I'm trying to implement the holiness standpoint. Not only this holiness, but also just being a father at that too. I'm not going to knock that she's not doing her part. She does her part to a certain extent, of course, because I can't teach a little girl how to be a woman. I can't do that. That's for her job to do that. I can only implement the structure, like the certain things, the build structure. But other than that, I can't teach my daughter how to be a woman. I can't do that. You know, um,
Right,
but that's part of the problem. When we're not on the same page, and I'm trying my best how to do it in front of her because, like you said, the little girl here, she is smart. She does know how to determine who is what, and stuff like that, like how to pick sides stuff already. And I try to eliminate that because I don't want. I told my wife I don't want her to be picking and choosing sides and stuff like that. Oh, I'm going to her because she lets me get away, or I'm going to him over let me get away. No, I nip that in the bud. I don't like that. And
right.
also another thing, it's all right. Another thing is too that what gets me too a little bit is her family, a little bit where it comes to um, buying her things and not letting me know, and it is buying this, buying that. I've told my wife I'm gonna put that into a stop because I don't want her to grow up and think, oh, this is just free. You can get to do what you want. No, that's not how that works. You're not getting stuff to get stuff. No. If I'm not buying it, if I'm not buying it, I'm not buying it. If I decide to get it, if I get something, it's gonna be educational. I don't want her to be getting splurging and buying stuff and getting this and that and no, and buying her clothes that I've not approved of. No, yes, mama, wonderful mama. You can't eat that.
See,
But
See, yes, she's getting it.
that's how
I
you
know
do
I
it.
see you.
And
But
Brother Tyree, what I was gonna say about that is too, um, I learned too sometimes, and I learned this a long time in my marriage. Sometimes when there's a opposing view on some things of how you may
yes,
decide and your wife may decide, sometimes you have to just when you go on your knees and tell the Lord and you take it to the Lord, I'm telling you, you'll see that person change. You'll be like, wow, but that's the best thing I can give you. That if you talk to
Oh
them and
yeah.
they don't change, that's the best thing to do. Is I've learned, like, when you tell the Lord about it and you say, Lord, what your word says, and how how I'm trying to raise it this way. God will work on your spouse or whoever, that has influence in her life, and they'll begin to change. And because you also have to realize too, and I know this, the way that your wife responds to you or treats you, that's everything that your daughter's seeing. Like vice versa, the way that you treat your wife and how you uplift her, or how you whatever you do with your wife, your daughter sees that, and that's what she's gonna know to take from how a man's gonna treat, what to
Yes,
expect from a
exactly.
man to treat
Exactly.
good, right? So that helps that you're in holiness, even if your wife isn't. Um,
Yes.
Sometimes, right? I don't know that she isn't or not. I'm just saying,
No, no,
even if
she's
she,
not. She's not.
okay.
And I
So
definitely be
be
getting counseling, all of that. And like you said, when you said about going to prayer, I have. And the Lord definitely been showing me,
keep on.
this. He
Yes,
told me this is the main thing I've learned from the Lord. He told me to do. Just make sure I'm doing what He's telling me to do, according to
right.
the marriage. Make sure I'm
And
doing
be
my part.
patient with her, right?
Oh yeah,
And
oh yeah.
remember
I
that,
am. Of
yeah,
course, it's tough.
yes.
It's tough because, like I said, I'm learning fresh. I'm learning with wisdom now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm learning with wisdom from the Lord. And like it's like I said, I got married young, and I didn't have that wisdom like I do now. So now I'm learning how to implement all that wisdom I'm getting now into my marriage, and it's new for her too as well, and it's new for me. And one thing I got from the English when I was so overzealous in the beginning of holiness and stuff like that, he always told me, he said, "Look, you can't force her to be on the path that you want." And I was like, "Look,
Right,
that's right. That's right. I understand." And I was like, "You know what? That's why I always been trying to focus on myself because that's what he's doing for me. I'm working on myself better, my emotions better, and this better and stuff like that for the sake of the marriage and trying
right,
to follow God's
right,
law, where it's like still love your wife, don't be bitter towards her, deal with her according to knowledge, all stuff like that. I'm trying to implement all those things. And it's like I say, it's new to me. It's new to me. He's
right.
gonna fight me.
Because there's a scripture that talks about something like that. It says something about, with
Yes,
love and kindness have I drawn thee.
yes,
And you just have to
yes,
ask God to give you some wisdom. Continue what you're doing, like praying to God, asking Him to give you wisdom on how to entreat her, how to deal with her, how to what to say and not to say, and what to do. Because in the end goal, I know your desire for her to be in holiness like you
oh
are.
yeah, oh yeah,
And the
oh yeah,
best thing to do is to live the life before her. Let her
yes,
see you, what's your name it. And I'm quite sure the enemy, he wants to use that as a,
Ooh, boy, as a killer.
he wants to come in and miss, but you just gotta
Man,
let's stay one step ahead of him. And the way you do that is on your knees and just ask God to give you how to entreat your wife, how to deal with her. He'll show
yes.
you. It could be trying, but just
It
be
is,
strong and
it
be
is. But
encouraged. Be encouraged.
definitely I am because today, like I said, I got my confirmation today from the minister. I was asking the Lord for help. Of course, I've been praying, and stuff like that. And there's a confirmation what to do with situation because he said today, it's hard when you're trying to do work on marriage to do it by yourself. But he said, what you do is you remain steadfast, you remain doing what the Lord telling you to do. You remain praying, keep seeking God, and keep working your faith. Spend time with her, stuff like that. Love her, especially said stuff like that. And then he said, "The Lord
Right.
going to bless you." And that. So that's why I've been keeping my mind on that. No matter if she goes
Right.
100, no matter if she goes 7 or more than where it is, I gotta remain 70. That's what my battle for me. But of course, like I said, I'm a man. I'm working on it. I'm not gonna say I'm the best at that yet, but I'm definitely getting better day by day. Working on that, learning how to not to go above and beyond all the time. It was just okay. She said this. Okay, no, don't react all the time. Just learning how to just okay. That's fine. That's okay. Not to
Awesome.
always just keep. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not always trying to go
Mhm.
100 all the time, trying to match energy because it's gonna make things worse. I've learned that. I can't always match energy all the time because it's going to make things 10 times worse. She ain't gonna understand. Ain't gonna be acceptable of it. So why keep going back and forth with the same thing? So I was learning how to let it go, let things go, and get over it. That's it.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that,
Amen.
brother. That's really good. And thank you, sisters, for also sharing, those beautiful nuggets. Sister Elvira, I know that you're hands on and you're following that list. So I was wondering if you could just pull us all back on track and let's get this
Yeah, we
thing
know.
moving. But while you pulling us, I'm just want to give a shout out to Sister Nicole for coming by and dropping by. She's sharing a few things that she also have a
Amen.
stepson that is special needs, and she mentioned that she do a lot of things through the Bible, and she's teaching them Bible, which is awesome. We spoke about that at the beginning, but she dropped some nuggets there. She also mentioned that Albert Einstein have a history. And I told her, I said, we've been on so long now, I doubt we could pull in any stream and let anybody watch anything. So probably on our next episode, we'll be able to share something like that where we can share a story with somebody else. But at this point, we have our own stories. So pulling in Albert Einstein is great, great add on, but we could go for another 10 episodes and we're just at one with all the little things that we are going through, special needs or no special needs. So that's a great thing. I'll probably look into it so that way we can add it. But like I mentioned, I love Sister Elvira to get us all back on track so she can, you know, let us figure out what we're doing next. What we doing next, sis?
I was gonna say let's we done hit going on 4 hours. So I guess we can go ahead and pull it all in. I'm gonna leave with one more question for you all, and this is for both. So those of you that are new coming into the live and just joining the conversation, I'm gonna just do like a recap as if when Sister Paulette comes in and she says, "What I miss?" She's asking the YouTube content creator to give a summary of everything that was just discussed before she came into the chat. So, for those that have been missing the first 3 hours and 30 minutes, what I miss, we Paulette came up with a beautiful topic for us to kind of add layers on the conversation because both her and Sister Davis share not share, but they both have some children that have special needs. And I'm here joining her, being a moderator, actually in like real life. like just navigating the conversation, helping them and asking certain questions to kind of drive the conversation. So both, Life with Paulette, Sister Davis, and Tyree joined the conversation. And I have shared as well as just being a parent in general and some of my struggles. So they both share beautiful testimonies of, their pregnancy journey, their marriage journey, all of those good things. And then now here they are just sharing it up and whatnot. So with that being said, we are coming to a close, but we have one more question that I think is very, very impactful. So I wanted to know, one of the questions is how can we as the church support you? But I want to drive a little deeper than that, rather than just singling out, the church. How can your friends and families, your sisters, people that how can they support you? I know I'm the type of person, I don't really bother people because I don't know what you need from me. Um, I like, say for instance, if unfortunately one of you were to go through something very traumatic or lose someone, I really wouldn't know what to do in that moment. I wouldn't know how to support you. So if you could paint the picture of what support looks like for you when it comes to asking for support from your friends or the church or anything like that, I would love to know. For Sister Davis and Sister in Life with Paulette, what does that mean for you as far as, having a child with special needs? Like, how can a friend show up for you? And then I will let Tyree and I share as parents, just in general, what does support and showing up for a friend who's a parent mean for you? So, um, either one of you can go first. And the question is, paint the picture of what a supportive friend looks like to you.
I'll go first, because I'm gonna be quick because I know Sister Davis definitely has a lot to say about that topic. For me, a supportive friend with a special needs is somebody that's there for you. I don't have to talk to them every day, but I know that they're there if I need to call and talk to them. And my family supportiveness will be like they're available, because sometimes as people with special needs, kids, we do not want to burden. We feel like we're burdening that next person because we couldn't figure out that, my son couldn't tie his shoe correctly. And we just, you have stairs and sections of little groups that you share certain things with. So from my perspective, a supportive, a supportive group or friend will be people that drop less negativity on you. If you're my friend, I will appreciate you to be mindful that when you criticize, condemn, or complain, that every day I go through something new with my special needs child that I may or may not share with you. And this goes for my family, especially that I'm going through my own rocks and my carriage dragging as well, figuring out how to deal. So a tip for the ones that's out there, if less rocks can be thrown in my carriage, that would be the best support you can give me. And if you are going to add anything, if you're adding, make sure you're encouraging, inspiring, you're, complimenting, because that will help build us up as we are so drained on a daily basis, especially, the ones that have kids that's way off the spectrum where, they're mute, they can't walk, they're in wheelchairs, they can't do certain things, they go through even worse. Mine's is just speech and cognitive. So I want to always be mindful of people sharing, and when they share, just be mindful that, I'm still trying to gather myself from being a mom that's going to have my only son for the rest of her life, and he is not going to be able to play football, or he's not going to be able to do this, or he can't do the other thing, because I am his caregiver for life. So sometimes, because we're so used to the normal world of, drama or situations, just be mindful. If you have or know somebody with a special need kid, if you're not edifying, don't drop extra rocks. Try to take a few rocks from them. And the how you can do that is by adding value to them. How are you doing? Check in on them. Not always when you get a call is what you could do for them. It's what they can add to you by just saying, "You're great. You're awesome. I love you." We ooh, tell me I love me. I'm like, "Whoo, Lord, I needed to hear that today." Tell me, you're doing great as a mom. Whoo, I needed to hear that today. Or just text and say, "I'm thinking of you." Listen, guys, we're humans and we're people with special needs. We want to hear those nice little things too. So my advice to the ones that's listening out there, try not to overload us with too much stuff sometimes, because we are going through a lot of stuff that we may not talk about for you guys because we're trying to figure it out. We're drowning too, So that would be my little 1-2 step on how people can help you with a special needs kid go through your daily basis, is to not add extra rocks in our wagon, please. That's it.
For me, um, in an ideal world for me, for family and friends to be a support for me would be if they would call, like Sister Paulette said, and check and see how I'm doing, or the kind of friend that's, if you hear when you do call me that I have a little distress in my voice, that you would be the person that is especially if my son knows you and I know you and I trust you, that you can come over and say, hey, you look like you need a break. Why don't you go in the room and get a cup of coffee, or just go get because I'm saying, if if, say for instance my husband was at work and they knew that he was home sleeping or what have you, they would be like, hey, looks like to me you could use a break. Why don't I come and get him for a little while, or that would be a good support system. And as far as the church front, I would love if the church had like a support group for parents, that could, like, we could have our own little parents support group where we can just go to and talk to one another and like call one another and say, hey sis, how's your day going? Uh and give each other advice and tips, like, how did you get through this? How did you handle this? And then they could probably share a little tip to tell me, well, this is what I did, and you might want to try this. This may work. And the best thing that a person probably could do is educate themselves a little bit about what our child goes through. Not to say that you have to read the whole history, but just to get to even try to understand a little bit about what we go, like what autism is, or what if it's Down syndrome or whatever the special need may be. Educate themselves. That way they can better probably be more sensitive and know how to approach certain situations. And if we don't answer the phone or take a call, know that it's not personal. It's just that it's just not that day today, or maybe I'm just so, we're so tired or whatever. But um and I, not only them being there for me, but I want to be there for my friends. But with a parent with a situation like that, having a special needs child, it requires just a little bit more. It's an overwhelming process. It requires a little bit more patience with your friends. So that would be my thing, just having a friend and know, like Sister Paulette says, check in with me, see how I'm doing. Like, and it's not really all about me, but that would help me in the support system. And then just if you live nearby, hey, come on, let's go get a cup of coffee, or let's go, get something, like ice cream or something, just anything. But just give me that little break. That would be nice for me. So that's all I want to say. And keep me in your prayers if you're holiness. Pray for me. That goes a long way. Please pray for me. That's it.
Thank you for sharing. Sister Elvira?
If I, for me, I would ask for very similar to what Sister Davis and Sister Paulette said. I think just being a parent in general, you want to have support. And that support for me looks like my love language is, acts of service. So, like Sister Davis said, asking me, do I need anything? Asking me, am I okay? Um, Paulette, the funny thing about what she said was getting a text or something and saying, like, hey, I love you. You're doing a great job. Um, and I'm that friend, right? I'm the friend that, or the cousin that's always reaching out, saying, hey, just thought of you, wanted to send you some love your way and stuff like that. And unfortunately, that's not reciprocated, and I don't take it personal. I share a lot about, people that are my age, in my age bracket. I don't communicate with a lot because they're fresh in their marriage. So a lot of their time is just about like their families, their husbands, and their children. And I just, I want a friend to say, hey, I see you. I know you're doing it on your own. I want not just a friend, but like a family member. Sometimes I hear so much of, you're doing a good job. Oh, please, like anything that I'm worried about or I'm overwhelmed about, I'm oftentimes overlooked because maybe they've already been through it, or maybe they've been in that stage of their life already. So they just dismiss what I'm experiencing and talk about what, you know, they made it through it so you can make it through it. And sometimes I don't need a motivational speech. I need a hug. I need a, hey, here's $10 for lunch. Like, just, and it's not about something being transactional. It's just about sometimes having the thought to count, or just to know that someone is thinking of me as well. Maybe planning a lunch brunch with my sister, or when I say sister, I'm talking about sister in Christ, real sister, whatever. But that's what I need. I need to hear, I need to be affirmed. I want to be affirmed. I want to be seen. I want to be heard. I want to have a space where I can express my emotions and not have judgment, or from a place of, you know, sometimes when I share about being a single parent and I'm talking to someone who was a single parent, it could be very dismissive, and that's not support. So someone who can open up that door and just be kind, and not be, and sometimes I don't want to be strong. Sometimes I want to just be soft and heard and seen and cared for. And that's sad, but I do understand that not everybody has that. Not everybody has the time, the strength to do that. So that's what I would want in a perfect world. But that's pretty much it. Shoot me a text. I remember, like, for some of my friends, or like people in my life that I'm close to, I'll just text them. Or I sent my cousin, when I sent her some stockings, I made sure I put in a little note, and I wrote her like the dearest little, basically, I see you message. You're doing a great job. I don't know what you're going, like, I don't know what she's going through, but I just gave her a letter and wrote words of affirmation and affirmed her to strengthen her. Because she has two young kids and she's newly married. So those things mean a lot. While sometimes it'll go months before somebody even reaches out to me, but they do, but sometimes it just goes months before that happens. And I don't take it personal because I'm too busy to do it, to not take it, to take it personal. So that'll be me. Just let me know that you see me.
So that's awesome. Great. Thank you for sharing. Brother Tyree,
One.
should I put on a timer?
Uh, nah, you should answer. You good. But
Okay, brother.
I'll try not to be long with it. But for me, it's kind of different. I would say because honestly, yes, I do want to get of course, affirmation. Like somebody like you were saying, sister, is it Avera, right? I'm saying it right. Avera.
Elvira?
Virus right there. Yeah, I'll kind of understand where you're coming from because, of course, I do want confirmation, like someone seeing me that I'm being a good father or something like that. But me as a man, I really don't honestly don't look for it. But I mean, I'm doing. I look inside myself like I know I'm doing a good job. God, and so
Brother, your mic or your internet is cutting in and out. Maybe if you go out and come back
and
in. Oh, you okay, there you go.
you hear me?
Now I can hear you. At the beginning, you started and then it went blank. I was not able to hear. It just was like it was muffling.
Hmm.
So you could start from where you were talking.
Is he muted?
Brother Tyree, can you hear us?
You hear me? You hear me? You hear me?
Yes. Okay, I can hear you now.
Mic check,
Good. Go
mic check,
ahead,
mic check,
brother.
mic check. All right, all right. But yeah, like I was saying, I honestly, yes, I would like to hear, hey man, you're doing a good job, stuff like that. But I've I've came accustomed to just not looking for it and not, worrying about it so much. I just affirm myself, and especially with my walk with God, that's the real, my real confirmation for me, and yes, it kind of seems weird that I came accustomed to it, but of course, I would want to hear every now and then, hey man, so are you doing a good job with your daughter? Say you doing this, you doing that, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't tend to look for it, I came accustomed to accept it, and as a support, um, of course, as I said again, me and my wife we don't see eye to eye a lot on just a lot of things, especially between my daughter, of course, for the holiness, it's going to be a conflict regardless. And I came to accept that already, and I'm learning how to deal with that according to knowledge, and that's why I said really honestly, I just tend not to look for it from the other significant other at all. Really, I just get my own confirmation in myself, that I'm doing the best I can according to God, and striving to just to keep that confirmation in my mind. Know, hey, look, I'm doing a good job, I'm doing the best I can, but I'm gonna continue to keep progressing day by day. And of course, I have the brothers. That's a good help too. To keep me motivated, keep my mind focused on the Lord, and that's been helping me with my daughter as well. So that's kind of my big support. Really, is the Lord, the brothers. Just that's pretty much it. Really, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, brother. I appreciate it. I mean, I am
No
Sister
problem.
Elvira. I think we are coming to the end, but I'm going to let you close it out. I just want to say, um, Sister Davis, is there anything else you would like to add to this topic? This is episode one. Um, Before I even go to what I really wanted to say, I wanted to read off what Sister Nicole was talking about. She says a real friend sympathize and empathize, showing support in many different ways emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and financially, and faithfully. Not cutting that person off because you don't hear from them. Sister Nicole, not sure. I don't even, maybe you're rewatching from the beginning. I'm not sure what it is that you're entailing or what is it that that question is adding to. But a lot of times, sometimes people will cut you off, not for anything malicious. Maybe your negative energy is what they prefer. They can't handle like what not you, Sister Nicole, just clarifying. I'm just talking in general. Okay. But negative energy sometimes, even with me and my family, I will have to keep the phone on, do not disturb, because they'll call and they'll add a problem or a scenario into me. And I can't handle it right then because I have my own stuff that I'm going through. So reading that is, yes, I have, you want to have friends that's there for you, that they can emphasize, that you can be emotionally, mentally. Yes, that's great for you to be able to have. But sometimes, like I mentioned, it goes both ways. I could be dumping on you and clearing out my cart, and you're overloaded, and vice versa. You could be dumping on me and overloading my cart while you're free and you can just continue with your day. So both sides, sometimes we need to draw boundaries to know how much we want to add into our cart for that day or how much we can't handle. So if a person, what I mean, you say no cutting, not cutting the person off because you don't hear from them. Sometimes the person that does the cutting is not that you're the issue. It's just that they're overwhelmed, and that's the only how they feel can help them to pick themselves back up because we don't know what they're going through. So that's just a little extra. I'm reading what you mentioned, which is great. The cutting off part, then we all gonna be guilty for that because we all get overwhelmed at times that we need to just put the phone down, unplug ourselves for even 2 seconds because it's too much and we don't want to come across as aggressive or snap. So best to you to pull back a little bit, take a deep breath, and come back into it. That's what she was sharing, which is a great comment, by the way. Thank you for sharing that, sister. Um, she said she added and said, she said, God's word says to be as the Greek to win the Greek. We have a lot of work to do with ourselves because we when we think something is right, it's not right at all in God's eyes, but we make it right. That's right. We may think we are not doing too much, but then sometimes we are doing a lot, and sometimes we need to check ourselves. So I have no control over the other person, but I have control over me, thank God. So if I'm feeling that I'm overwhelmed or I'm my life I just struggling, I need to pull myself back, and then I need to come back in, and then maybe if we can have a conversation, then you'll know why, and you'll be more empathy and vice versa with the other person because they're just overwhelmed. And the struggle is real, guys. This overwhelmingness is too much. Whew. Send some prayers over here too, okay? Because we go through it. So let me see if she finished up. Let me see. Okay, she says, Sister Nicole said, me personally, I don't care if the favor is not returned back to me. It's about being selfless and still being a blessing. Sin about sin about that other person or supporting that person because we all get things. Ah, okay. I missed something. Did I miss something? Even, wait, I think I missed something. Even if it's not reciprocated, a true friend will still be selfless. That's right. And not selfish, and still check the other person regardless because we don't know that people go through as, yes, ma'am. We don't know, you know, and that's the thing. I didn't know about these sisters' story. I just knew that they had a story. And today, guys, and if you go back and watch, by the way, all my tears, I was so hurt. I was like, oh, I thought only me was in here. We all go through stuff, and we all going through stuff. You'll never, unless you know when you're gonna stop going through it, it's when we are that 6 feet under. When we leave this world, then we don't have to go through it anymore. But in the meantime, everyone is going to go through stuff. The situation is we can't control what the other person may do or think. We can only control us and adjust our sail. That's all we can do. So this is great. You're right. You just don't know, what people going through. We all going through something. I may not be able to see this person or that person, and I'm wondering, I hope they're okay. Well, from me on the other side, that's where a nice little text will come in. Hey, I'm thinking about you. How are you doing today? Because we don't know. We just noticed we haven't seen you. We haven't heard from you. So something probably going on because that's not likely, that's not how you normally are. So we communicate. And that little text goes a long way, guys. And let me tell you, when you miss a person, you may not pick up the phone all the time, but if you text them and say, I'm thinking of you, I'm checking in on you, are you okay? It means a lot. At least me as a parent from a special needs, it means a lot. Like Sister Elvira said, it just shows that you noticing, you see me. That's important. We just want to know, be seen sometime. And it's nothing wrong with that. All right. Sister Nicole, you aren't tired at all. Me personally, I don't care of the favor. So she's saying if we do a favor to somebody, she's not looking nothing in return, which is true. We just do it just because that's the right thing to do. And when sometimes we plant seeds one spot and we don't harvest there. plenty times I plant seed and all of a sudden it comes in Africa or some parts of Germany, I'll start seeing harvest. It don't work how you would think. I'm gonna plant here and I'm gonna reap here. You don't reap where you plant, guys. So that's true, sister. We don't deserve, we then she said we don't deserve from God. Okay, we need the love of God in our hearts a little bit more heavier. Yes, we do. We all need the love of God. Thank God he loves me. I'm still breathing. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. So thank you guys so much. Oh, Brother Tyree say thank you. He's saying thank you to the panel, guys. Thank you, Brother Tyree, for sharing with us. Um, it's a blessing to be able to have these topics. um, Sister Nicole said, no judgment, just speaking from experience, the truth. That's all I know. Hallelujah, sis. Likewise. I mean, we all going to speak from that spot of experience, and it's nothing wrong with being honest and sharing from your perspective. We all have one of those, and I appreciate you for sharing because you're not wrong. You sharing from experience, and thank you. We appreciate that. You know, you have a beautiful picture of your son. It looks just like you, LOL. Yes, Sister Davis, she's complimenting her, and Sister Davis is talking. Let's see. Sister Nicole say, and Sister Paulette, I love how you agree with your adversary quickly, just to keep peace, like the Bible say, because I used to do the same thing as well. Okay. Oh, well, thank you, Sister Nicole. You speak in French, but bonjour. Bonjour.
She
Okay.
said you
Okay.
agree with your she's saying you agree with your adversary. So the adversary
Is
is
it
a
okay?
word. Yeah, she's saying you agree with your adversary. I don't know who's your
Yeah.
adversary, in what scenario. So you agreeing with
Bonjour.
the devil now?
Bonjour.
You ag-
Bonjour.
you agreeing with the devil now, Paulette?
Girl, Sister Nicole had need to come up here and explain herself because what am I agreeing to, sister? You tell me. Go ahead and come on here and tell me, clarify that one. Because I was reading and I was like, my adversary, what's she talking? I'm a little bit out of context. So you need to go up and hurry out the baby so you could come on here and we could just talk. Okay, sister? But I love you. Okay, Brother Tyree, she's talking to. And Sister David said, God bless at Tyree. So at this, I'm gonna go ahead and say thank you guys so much. I don't know if Sister Davis want to have any final thoughts that you guys want to add to the panel, and then I'll end it off. Me and Sister Elvira.
No, again, I just want to thank you all for this time and this space and for allowing us to share our stories and be transparent. Just for me, please just keep me in your prayers and ask God to help me to be the mother that He would have me to be for my son and help my son. Pray that my son is, healed of these, other ailments that he have and that he's the obedient child that we all, want that obedient child. So pray for me and that end too. And I love you, sisters, and I thank you all. And I'm gonna go ahead and step out because I know you were closing. And God bless.
God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you for sharing your story, Sister Davis. We appreciate you. Um, Sister Elvira, you want to go first or you want me to go first? You choose, sister. You're coordinating this.
This your look, we can go ahead and I'll just say thank you. Um, I'll say thank you for the opportunity. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I say thank you.
You know what? Let me just go. I gotta go here. Let me say a shout out to my brother TNT. I just want to say thank you for coming by while sister gather herself. Thank you so much for coming by, brother. We appreciate you guys for, you know, um, for sharing. I know that you also have your special needs son, and Sister Nicole mentioned at the beginning, how you guys deal with making sure that you're mentoring and you're carving him more and more Christ-like by sharing the Bible and just teaching him the best principles and techniques so that he can develop in Christ the right way. So your wife shared that, but she did come in like 3 hours and something later. So you guys have a lot to catch up with. It was great information that everybody shared. It was emotional. It was a roller coaster, but it was so much needed. I did mention that we're going to have, this is episode 1. I have a few other friends that has special needs that's going to be a guest on the panelists as well. Their kids has different spectrums, and I would love to just make different episodes because this is something that we are dealing with, worldwide, and we need to talk about it because one little bit of nugget that you're sharing can save me. And one little bit of nugget that I may be sharing can save me in my teaching and my technique with my child. And your child don't have to be just special needs child. It's parenting in general. We're just having a focus in special needs right now because I think that topic was something that we definitely should be talking a little bit about, with or without special needs. There's tips and tricks that can help everybody across the board. And today we shared a lot of them. And I'm going to allow Sister Elvira to continue. But Sister Nicole says she had to rewind from the beginning. Yes, ma'am. It's been 3 hours, so she's trying to catch up. So when I see you on the replay hitting your questions, I'm like, yeah, she's all the way back there, and she's going to catch up pretty soon. So thank you for coming by, Sister Nicole. I appreciate you. And yes, and you guys have a blessed son, and so does everyone else. We have a blessed son. We are blessed to have our special need child, and like I mentioned, I don't think none of us, and son in general, and I don't think none of us have any regrets about that. That's God's gift, and we're gonna take it. Some of us had to carry extra rocks with us because we're still learning the process, how to go up the hills with the rocks, but at the end of the day, we're doing it, and we have a black belt in it, right, Sister Davis? We're going through. And I know many parents out there that has special needs or not, they're also learning and they're about to get their black belt, meaning they're mastering their parenting and they're moving forward. That's how life is. We edify, we encourage, we inspire, we keep moving. Christ-like.
Amen. Amen. No, thank you, Paulette, for coming up with this topic and allowing me to, co-host with you on this topic. Like I said in the beginning, I was a little apprehensive about speaking on this because it doesn't directly, thank you, Sister D. Nicole, it doesn't directly impact me, but I've always had a strong and a big heart for people who have children with special needs. But now you and Sister Davis testifying, and it just opened my heart a whole lot more because I always feel bad or always have a big heart for the caregiver. Even if you have a person that you're taking care of that's sick, you might have, some people have like parents or spouses that, who are unfortunately dying, or they might be battling cancer, and and the caregiver goes through so much, right? And sometimes the impact of the person who is sick outweighs people actually checking in on the caregiver. So I share that to say, with you and Sister Davis sharing, it just made me be more mindful about, checking in on y'all a little more, or maybe just sending a text message and saying, hey, how you doing? I miss you. I love you. I hope you're having a good day. And just sticking to that and not needing anything, not needing anything, just sometimes reaching out and just letting you talk I don't, hey, I didn't call you for no reason, and just letting you talk. I also want to say thank you to everybody for your support when I shared my testimony on, my, you know, unborn children, or born, but, stillborn children, and my testimony with Legend. Um, it is definitely something that you just never know what other people are going through. You just never know. So I thank you guys so much. I thank you for the conversation. This was really good. This was good. But till next time, I think maybe next time we can have maybe we could do more like open dialogue or something, or maybe share like, different experiences that you've had, as far as like, what was like one of your biggest struggles, because we didn't get there today. But it was a beautiful conversation. It really was. And I have a cousin who has a daughter that's on the spectrum with autism, and I just be looking at her and I'm like, man, you are strong, because I don't know if I could do that. And like you said, Sister Paulette, we never know what we can do until it's time to do it. And that's real life. Jaden came on and graced us and said hi, and that was beautiful moment. He was just smiling. He was so happy, and it was a beautiful thing. And I just want to say thank you for being a good big sister on and off camera. You, Sister Davis, Sister D Nicole, Auntie Dawn, you ladies are truly God sent people. And I just, I don't know. I just love y'all so much. And I don't know how you guys made it this long doing this. So I just love y'all, and I thank you, for sharing today. Because I don't go through half the stuff you guys got to go through, but you are you are amazing. You are amazing, Paulette. Sister Davis, you are amazing. Sister Dina Cole said, I was a hospice caregiver in POA to three very close family members at one time. It was God that brought me through. Exactly. And, people forget about the caregivers. People forget about you, and the parents and the caregivers. And when you become the child and you got to take care of your mom or your dad, people forget about your well-being, your mental health, because like we stated earlier, the world doesn't stop because you have three very close family members in hospice. The world doesn't stop because your child has special needs. You have to get up and keep it moving. And I think that's the resilience, and that's the story that needs to be told. So thank you, Sister Paulette. Thank you, Sister Davis. Thank you, D Nicole. And thank you, Don, everybody that came into the chat and greeted and provided to the conversation. It was beautiful. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for co-hosting with me, sister. I appreciate that. We always support each other when it comes to the co-hosting, especially on certain topics. And I just want to let you all know that this topic was a tough one. And I'm so glad that Sister Elvira took the time out to come and help me, because at the beginning, when you guys go back and watch, you always see I was a mess. It was like ripping off a band-aid off of a kid. And at the same time, telling them not to cry. That was an understatement, but it's tough to go back to the day that it happened. You have to relive that moment by sharing with you guys. So if you guys are just coming in, guys, make sure you hit that like button if you're not subscribed to this channel, the Life with Paulette or EFP media channel. Go ahead and hit that subscription button, hit the like button, give this video a little boost, because we pour our heart out today and we shared information that needs to be heard, and not a lot of people is talking about it as it should. They're talking, but not us. So we need to get us out there a little bit more to let everybody know that we do have ones or twos in the family, or we have them of our own, that we are going through our struggle. And even in holiness, we do have kids that, we can help each other by sharing tips and bits with everybody else. So I just want to thank you, Sister Elvira, for coming on and doing this with me. This was episode 1. And I think Sister Nicole asked if there's other episodes. Yes, sis, because special needs is a broad spectrum, and we want to make sure that we're sharing nuggets. Because, like I say, from 0 to 16, that's where I'm at. My mark, Sister Davis, is from 0 to 22. That's her mark. We all have a different mark where we're at, and we have so much to share. And there's other sisters that stayed in the background that probably didn't come forth to share because they're either shy or, but they shared a little enough to let us know that, hey guys, I'm dealing with it. Thank you guys for talking about it. And they'll figure out from the nuggets that all three of us share where they can adjust themselves or where they can improve themselves as well. So thank each and every one of you guys for joining us. Sister Elvira is going to start out. We started a co-hosting little thing, if you want to call it. I laughed with her earlier because I was like, we're like the little ratchet holiness team right here, because we just come on with these topics and we supposed to be in holiness. And I'm like, well, I'm working on being a little meeker, a little calmer. I'm working on it, guys. I'm perfect. I struggle. I just gotta, I'm working on me. Okay. So bear with me, don't shoot me down too quick, but just have patience with me. I'm getting there. I'm trying to tone myself a little bit as well, as Sister Elvira is as well. But we love God, and we're doing this walk. And I just want you all to know that special need parentings and parenting in general without God is tough. I'm so grateful that I pull my son into to walking the right thing, and knowing who God is, and letting him be aware of it from a young age, because I don't know if I could have done it without God. I couldn't. I couldn't. I couldn't. I'm not even going to try. I couldn't. Okay? So thank you guys for coming in. If you're just here, like I mentioned, hit the like button. Let's boost this little video up so that YouTube world can get it. Share it, guys. It's a great topic. We all pour our hearts into it. And episode 2 will be coming pretty soon. But I know Sister Elvira have episode 2, and she probably will talk to you guys. Before we leave, Sister, can you let them know ahead of time? Because what I like to do, and I would like to want to put it out there, these YouTube streets may be big, but the Lord Holiness group is so, we are little small here. So, when we have great topics, and I feel like once we put it out there on great topics, and you see that okay, Sister Elvira's coming on, she have a good topic, let's support each other a little bit more, because I don't need to go live if Sister Elvira is going to go live at the same time, because we all have a little small niche. So let's try to be mindful of that, guys, because the topics today, and I'm going to toot my own horn, it was a great topic, and everybody up in here have one, two, three, or maybe all of you. And I had a friend that had 8 special needs kids. Okay, you have families that have special needs kids. If it's a great topic, let's support each other and not just drop in here and there. Like really genuinely support. I fall asleep on brother TNT's channel because I can't sleep after 12 o'clock. I'm gone, but I want to make sure that I do support. I get up early because I know Sister Elvira is going to come on early, so I try to support the best that
No,
I
not
could.
how I get in it. See how I ain't did
No,
nothing and
no,
I get.
no, because
I'm joking. I'm joking.
wait.
I'm
I'm
joking.
just making a point here that we support each other. I love you
We
guys. I love
do.
everybody
We do.
across the board, and I'm gonna
Yes.
support. And sometimes, guys, it's okay to give it back. Sometimes I love. And when I say fall asleep, don't mean that his topics is boring. It's just I leave it on in the background playing because I can't keep up. It's after hours, okay? So before I leave, I just want you guys to know that from me, I give a lot, and some I don't ask for a lot back. I'll make sure that I'll post my my stuff ahead of time. Sometimes I come on willy nilly, yeah, and I understand. But if I post a whole week ahead, guys, come on, support the sisters. We're striving here, and I know some of you guys have, definitely all of you all have bigger channels than me. So, but I'm working on it. Okay, so help
Then
a
we
sister. Okay, then, well, we're working on it. Okay, so come on in, drop in, and you guys show some love, just how we show love. Because I definitely done enough love out there, and I only ask for a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, special needs is my hot button, and I'm gonna have another episode. And I'm grateful for the ones that came in. Even if you came last, I'm still grateful for you, and I love you all. Thank you guys for coming in. And for the ones that's going to rewatch this, I'm grateful for you too, because maybe you were just tired. I know a lot of brothers came in and like, we were exhausted. We'll catch it on the rewind. I appreciate that too. Make sure you like, make sure you come back and rewatch. That still help the channel. But let's try and be more mindful when you see a brother or sister is going live ahead of time. Let's not go and trample them. Try to just give them a little space, because this little room in holiness is small, and everybody support each other. So give
That's
everybody
what
a
Minister
little
Lodge
time.
told us, child. He said, no, it was we had a I don't know what it was, but we was in church on, and he said you gotta support your brothers and sisters equally. And I ain't trying to go on another tangent, but that's why I'm sorry. I am that friend that I give what's being given. And I don't do too much. I don't go overboard. But if we having a mutual relationship, then it's gonna flow like water. But if I'm always going upstream and nothing coming downstream, then I'm gonna stop going. Okay, because at that point I'm going against the current, and I can't do that. So I just say I'm down with you. Well, how the Lord, I'm down with you while you down with me. When you leave me, I leave you. That's the type of friend I am. Okay. So the Lord don't do it any other type of way. So, that's how I am.
Okay.
I am not a ride or die.
Oh, I'm
I'm not
sorry.
a ride or die.
I
I'm
can be a
not.
little ride or die. I can be a little ride or die, but sometimes I'm like, I just want to breathe, please. Hello. So I mean, I do things just because that's who I am, my character, But sometimes, I just want to be mindful,
Yeah, and
And I
I and I
feel
and I
like we
understand.
don't know that we don't know until you're told. And I think nicely, respectfully, I just feel like we're in a small little community here, and we all support each other. So I would not want
And then you
just
don't want people
think about
jumping.
it.
This topic was so good. You don't want people coming from this channel to that
To
channel,
the
and then they
other, I
come
feel like
and
it kills the message, because when
yeah.
you're jumping from one to the next, and I understand they all want support, and we all want a little support, but it does, the person that's doing all the jumping is not receiving the message, because the message is so it's beautiful, but they can't appreciate it because they're trying to support 4 or 5 people at the same time. So hopefully, but otherwise, it's
Come on
okay.
at
That's just what
7:30 in
I've
the
noticed.
morning like me. Come on at 7 in the morning
Ooh,
like me.
girl, Sandra, I'm
You ain't got
snoring.
to worry about nobody coming on at that time.
I'm snoring. I'm snoring. I like my
No, you good.
Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Even though Sunday sometimes is I'm noticing it's becoming a little overwhelmed, because people just come on. It's a free country, but I don't want to be battling and getting a black belt trying to figure out a time slot. If I feel everyone should have a 2 to 3 hours, and then if I'm going to come on, I'm not going to come on when a virus coming on, because I feel like
Yeah.
I'm taken away from her message. I mean, that's just me. I'm very mindful, and you all already know that I always caring. So I just think before I do a lot of times. And if I don't come on at all, it's because all the slots are already taken. It's like me trying to fit a slot on let me see, who am I use today? Brother, on Mr. Ham. I want to go on after Mr. Ham. Well, if I go on after Mr. Ham, I may be coming on at midnight because Mr. Ham can go 5, 6, 7 hours over there, or going on after, it's long, so it's hard. But I love you guys, I
No,
do
you're
from the
gonna do
bottom
it,
of my
and yeah,
heart.
and it's gonna come together. It'll come together. The more, you know, the more you build and you post, and I don't even care no more. I'll be like, if it's just me in this stream yard and I'm talking to myself, I'm gonna be talking to myself
Yeah.
because who it's for is gonna get it. But I know, and I support you. I know exactly what you're saying, and I support
Mhm.
you. And it's just like no one, you don't air two popular shows at the same time on two different networks. You know what I mean? That's just
Yeah.
not how broadcasting works. The Fresh Prince of Bel Air is not airing at 7 p.m. on NBC, and then you got Martin airing on another station at the same time, because their target market are pretty much the same group of people. So either one comes on after the other, or one comes on one day, the other comes on the other day. But that's a little bit. But see, you got some knowledge about marketing too. So that's something that
Yeah.
it's a little something. You're a little smart about
Sorry.
something.
Sorry.
You got a little. You got a
You know,
you got a high degree in some low degree areas.
I'm just, my marketing is my background, and I feel like we can be so accomplished, and we could all win in a small little spot if we all figure out the mechanism of it. And I don't think we are aware that, you know, we're not aware of how things function, and marketing is very strategic. If I go on a certain time, that little group, we all feeding into a little small niche, and we all going through our struggle, but then yet want to fit it through the hole of a needle. We're not going to fit in. You're just going to waste it. I don't want us in holiness. I would prefer us not to waste the message that we all are growing from. Like, say I struggle in something and I want to share that. Well, that's my struggle. It should be validated, and someone else struggling with something. But if you're struggling with your shoe and I'm struggling with my head tie, and both of us come on at the same time and everybody's going like this, then they can't appreciate your struggle, and they don't get your message, that what you learn from it. Because when I say struggle, it's because we're either going through a learning process, or when I say struggle, it's because we already overcame that struggle. So we talk about it to try and help somebody else. But if we all going on at the same time, say like Brother TNT goes on holiness after hours. Nobody gonna be trying to go on at holiness after hours, because that's Brother TNT's spot. Like, why would I want to go on Brother TNT's spot when I already know he got that covered? Not that you can't go on, but he does great convo. Why would I want to take that message that he's giving from him when that is a spot that he normally comes on every time? 7:30 in the morning. That is Sister Elvira's spot. Why would I want to come on at 7:31 to distract her message when we all are striving in holiness? Like, I feel like this little space is big enough, but yet small, with a small audience. And if we can come together, you could come on the same day, just pick a slot. If I don't post, and whoever's not posting in the queue for live, then we're like, okay, nobody's coming on, jump for it. But if you see me up in there for weeks, for days, and then you're going to come and cut me off, that's disrespectful. That's a marketing technique that you do for strangers and enemies that you're competing with. And we're not competing in holiness, okay? We're not. We all
Who told
striving and
you
having a
that?
message. We have a message. So whoever is listening, is all love, but there's little things that I noticed that I think we can do a little better with, then we all can win. Okay? Let's try not to mash each other's toes. Let's try to be fair. If I know that brother Endor comes on Monday at noon, brother Endor, only you got that spot, bro. I'll be working. So, but I'm just saying an example. That's his spot. Why would I come on at 11:55 when my brother is coming on at 12? Like, give him 3 hours. If he already posted and he's at 11 or he's at coming on at 12, at least post and say 11, 12, 1, 2, 2:30 ish, say 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours, because some of us talks more than others. And you just saying, and some of us can go 5 to 6 hours. So the person, so give them their little space so that you're not chopping in. We can go on and have a nice media chat on a daily basis, and everybody in that little slot of 3 to 3.5 hours, unless you see a freestyle. But anyway, that's my 1, 2, 3. I love everybody. I'm not here to ruffle nobody's feathers, but I feel like in holiness, sometimes we can get great little tips that we can share with each other and learn from each other. And I'm new into this, but what I'm seeing as a marketing perspective, not Sister Paulette today, I just give you all some marketing tips that is beneficial for individuals. If you are going to come on because you have a hot topic and you do post, that your brother and sister don't jump on. You respect your brother and sister's space just so everybody can win and the message is not diluted. All right, I'm a hush. Go ahead, sister, and we could end
I
this
don't have
thing
nothing.
now. Let's see
I
who
don't
else
have
is in
nothing to
here.
say.
Okay, let me see. Let me see. All right, I'm seeing LOL. What brother Endor is talking about? Y'all can have after hours. I'ma be in bed. Oh my gosh. Wait, who's coming on? Are you coming on today? TNT, please let me know if you're on so I can hush because I was just killing time. You always free to hop into after hours, sister. No, thank you, bro. You be sleeping. I can't handle that. I'll be snoring there with you, brother. Brother TNT be on, and sometimes you hear. I'm like, okay, he gone. I be doing like 2 to 3 in and out before I could even do any stuff. So no, brother, you keep your hours. I can't handle that one. This girl got to sleep. You always free. Let's see who else is in there. Greetings, Sister Davis, and you can have after hours. I will be in bed. Look at you and Dory. See, he talking about bed. That's right. That is Brother TNT slot. That is his slot. Nobody can try and take that from him. I would never. I couldn't do it. Mm-mm. No, sir. Or and to announce, Sister Davis, or don't announce on someone's channel in the chat that you're leaving one channel and going to someone else's. That's true, Sister Davis. It's a little bit like, okay, a little bit much, but you're right. That's true. They just don't know any better, and we just have to, communications. We just communicate appropriately. All right. Thanks. That's right, Sister Nicole and Sister Davis. That is so rude. That's right. That's right. LOL and Dorhan. And I'll be in the background, not always able to be in the live chat. Yes, that's right, Sister Davis. Be right there. Let me see. I'm new too, sister. I'm still learning, but I've said something similar. Exactly, Brother Dor. I knew you were going to agree with me on that, but I'm so glad that I have a brother to agree. Like that's great because we're just all trying to be new at this and we're trying not to mash these toes and we're trying to do the right thing, but don't ever try to trample your brother or sister when you see them striving too. It's a big market, a little small niche, and we all want a little piece of the cake. Okay. But if I'm eating my cake and you come and grab and take half of it too, like, come on, you already had yours. All right. That's me. Amen, sister. Yeah. Let me see, sister. There, you got to teach them. Yeah, it's just there. You go, Sister Davis. Paulette, do you shout out channels sometimes? I always shout out channel, especially your husband channel. I think I shout out your husband's channel more than I shout myself out because I genuinely enjoy holiness after hours. Like I don't know, maybe because that's the time slot that I'm home, that I'm off from work so I can focus. It's like a perfect time slot. Holiness after hours. I'm cooking dinner or finishing up dinner, feeding the kids, and I'll be able to focus in and turn on holiness after hours. It is just something that I'll do, and I love to shout out channels. So yes, and you guys shout every time one thing I say. TNT and Sister Nicole, they're shout me out as well. So I appreciate you guys for doing that. That is awesome. That's what we should do. Like I've been talking now for how long in regards to holiness after hours. I'm promoting you right there. See, it's a different tactics, right, in marketing, but it is a marketing strategy, right? We have EFP, that's Sister EFP. She does an amazing job. She's like the black belt commando and the holiness girls that has her platform. She do a great job. I love Sister EFP. If I can get up early enough in the morning, I'll catch her. You know, she do 7:30 around that time. It's like three something. I'm doing Bible study for myself and God. So sometime I'll catch her, and sometime I just don't get a chance. But I do recaps. But then we have Mr. Ham that I love Mr. Ham's channel because he does the same thing. He comes on in the evening a little bit later. So I'm home at that moment in time. It don't affect me. You know, Brother Jeremy is creeping in now. I'm seeing the 1 o'clock, the 1 p.m. She's still getting some money. So it's a hit and miss for me for those earlier ones because I got to do my due. Okay. But when you're talking about 3:30, they're perfect timing. Brother, I support everybody. Brother TNT, but he know you're gonna see me in the chats, even if I fall asleep 2 seconds later. But I fall asleep with them in my ears and I'm listening until my headphones die because I enjoy their channel. So if you have not yet followed Brother TNT's Holiness After Hours channel, go ahead, guys. Get all of us in the group, join these channels. They're great conversations that they have. Sometimes a little bit much, sometimes meaning that, you know, if you're going on to the other brother's channel, you may need a helmet because they're a little bit rougher. But if you're looking for something, a nice conversation with calmness and focus, I would say go start out with Brother TNT and Sister Nicole's channel because they're going to get their message across, and it's a lot of order, and I love order. I can't handle all the when it getting all discombobulated. I just can't do it. Okay, but everybody is different. All right. EFP, like I mentioned, she has a great channel. Brother Indoor, you know, I wish they'll come on live more often, just not at 12. You know, I'm working, bro. I only have 30 minutes to an hour of lunch break. But they have great topics too. Go on their channel and support them. I think we all have great channels. All of us, Brother Jeremy, Mr. Ham, TNT, EFP, Brother Endure. There's others that I may having a little brain bog right now, but they're great channels. Support them, subscribe, hit the bell, go and show some love because we all need a little bit. I just wish our brothers and sisters can be more mindful that if you see me deciding or you see Brother TNT post already in the little queue, I'm going on at this time, that we just be cautious, guys. That's all. Just be cautious not to trample our brothers and sisters because we all can handle the growth. We just don't need our own inner circle to be trampling us, you know, sus, if you know what I mean. Okay, let's go through Sister Life with Paulette. Okay, I'm seeing what else I'm seeing. Did I catch up? I don't, Elvira, did I catch up? Let me see. Sister Mercy, I get up at 5:30. Okay, bless. I think we hit a lot of the stuff, sister. Anything else that I'm missing? Um,
No, I think you
I
hit it.
think we hit it, right?
Yeah, I
I
think I
think we
saw
hit it.
bless. Absolutely. Bless comment. It says, it's good that you ladies understand that sometimes we can't make every live. I have to catch the replay sometimes. And bless, it's okay. It's,
Yeah.
one thing I love, you post a video, you go back and watch, anytime. As a YouTuber, behind the scenes, if you watch it live, if you watch it on the replay, if you got, because this is a 5-hour live, so it's going to take them people, all of that stuff counts. All of it
Yeah.
counts. The comments, the like, the replays, it all counts. So I get it where I can get it, you know. I go on with my schedule that, you know, works for me. I'm up in
Mhm.
the morning. I don't be expecting nobody to get up. I don't have to be reminded every time, Paulette, you come to my life, girl, it's 3 in the morning. I'm like, look, hey, you come in, you say good morning. If you don't, it's okay. You catch it on the replay, you know. But thank you so much for sharing and, you know, sharing that. That's something that, you know, I mentioned months ago, and I just
Yes, you
realized
did.
that it's just nothing you can really do about it because everybody has their own personal ambitions and goals and stuff, and then, you know, it takes a sense a piece a little piece of I guess you could say like the way you said it was perfect. So I'll just leave it there. You know me, because
Yeah.
I'm like so kind of like black and white, and I'm tired at this point because it's 10:34
Okay.
p.m. So
Okay.
it's been a lot, but I enjoyed the conversation, Sister Paulette. Shout out
Mhm.
to everybody that came through and greeted us and spent some time with us. You know, watch it back, put it on 2 times speed so you can get it when you see us crying. Slow it down so you can get the full effect, and then
Yes.
put it on 2 times speed again. But the point is, because sometimes I do that on TNT's channel, and oh, this is what I wanted to add to since we on the topic.
Yeah.
I I don't have a problem with people watching in the background and not saying nothing in the chat. I don't have a problem with people coming in and just saying hi and that's it, and not greeting
Mhm.
everybody individually. Because you just never know what's happening in that person's life behind the scenes on the phone. They could be driving, they could be cooking dinner, they could be taking care of their kids, they could be teaching homework, they could be, you know, cleaning up the house, washing dishes, washing the car, pumping gas at work. You know, sometimes people come into the chats and all they can say is hi and greetings, everyone. And they got to get back to what they're doing because they have a job, because they have responsibilities. And not everyone has the time to sit down and engage in a chat with a conversation and go back and forth. So sometimes we see those type of patterns where someone like you, Paulette, is multitasking. So you come in a chat, you say greetings, you do a great job greeting everybody. I realize that that is very time consuming. So this is me saying this. When I come in and I say greetings, everyone, I'm talking to everybody, okay? And if I don't have the time to greet, bless, Paulette, please don't take it personal. It's just, I don't have that type of time on my hands, you know? And many of us don't. We want to support, we want to be there, we want to, you know, sometimes you could be having your AirPods in like I do, the phone is over the laptop or the iPad is over here, and you say something that I want to respond to, that's when I pick up my phone, type in the chat, I put it down, I go on back about my business. Sometimes that is what's happening behind the scenes. So I think that we should always be empathetic in that way. And be patient with our brothers and sisters that come into the chat, be understanding with folks. You know, don't pick and choose who you want to greet everyone. You know, try to be fair even if you're not feeling that person right now. You know what I mean? Just to keep the peace, just say hey, just say hi. It don't hurt you to say hi. Because when you single people out, when you come to a platform and choose not to speak to someone, especially when they are on the panel, and you choose to engage with everybody else, now you're nitpicking. Now you're causing division and confusion for no reason. So I just think that there's so many things. That's a topic in itself. You know, that's a whole topic. So I agree with everything that you said. And I just think that over time, girl, they may not ever, 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 ever um get on the same page with that. But because my concentration in college was marketing. I was business administration with a concentration in marketing. So a lot of times with building your channels, the objective is to go on other channels and network and meet people, and people see your name and see you show up. Paulette, how many people have you met them on their channel, or they came to your channel and now you support their channel, and when you're on their channel they market you to their people? And it's so much, and we all do it. We may come up and say each other's names and just general conversation, and it's not just so blatant like go to Life with Paulette. Sometimes it'll be like, yeah, my sister Life with Paulette, we da 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 da. And then that person is curious, then they see you in a chat, they click your name. That's how I learned about you, Paulette, before you started posting content. You would come in the chat and say what I missed. I clicked on your profile. I saw that you was talking about skincare, and you did your hair mask, and you did all of these things on your channel. And I subscribed because I said, wow, this woman got 500 subscribers and she hasn't posted in like 3 years. But I'm gonna subscribe anyway because I like her. Yeah, 5 years. I said I like her, and like I share with people, you coming into our chats and saying what I miss is a marketing strategy. That's a marketing tactic. What is she asking us to do? She's asking us to recap what we just went over. So for anyone that's just coming into your chat, they can be up to speed, because sometimes when we're having a conversation and we're hosting a show and you kind of jump in, but you don't really know the context of where we're at in the conversation, it can kind of be a little off sometimes. But it's okay, because when you're good at being a YouTube content creator or content creator in general, you know how to feed off the audience and you know how to kind of move. So, when Paulette comes in and she's saying what I miss, that's your opportunity to introduce yourself. Hi, I'm Elvira. Welcome to EFP Media. Here we explore faith, wellness, personal growth, and journaling. Today we are chatting about such and 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 such. And here we are at this point of the conversation for anyone who's just joining. And that's how you kind of bridge the gap so people don't feel like they missed out on so much information because you've been live for 5 hours and I'm just now coming in on the last 5 minutes. You see? So thank you, Sister Paulette. You could hear all the juices going out of my voice. So, girl, I am up here suffering. Okay.
No worries. No
Um,
worries. Oh,
thank you. He says, I remember when you were 500 subscribers. Thanks the Lord for the increase. There was something else he said. Um, it was something. Wasn't anything? Oh, Sister Dina Cole. She says, "Same with me, Sister Elvira. I greet everyone at the same time." Yes, I think the only person who should be obligated to greet people individually is the host. If I don't even want to hold a moderator accountable for greeting everyone individually, because people are busy. We're all adults. We all got lives and stuff. So you never know what someone is doing on the other side of that phone. So let's be gracious with each other in that regard. So, Sister Davis, we did a little chat etiquette, huh? I hope you enjoyed it. I hope everyone, you know, you got a way, you got a good way of saying things. When I say it, it's not good. It's not good.
what do you mean? You did a great job. I was just, I just be rolling, and I was like, when the Lord says, Paulette, you got to open up your mouth. I'm like, okay, Lord, I'm going to just say it, and we're going to pray
Yeah.
about it. So I've been praying about that for a long time, and I just felt like it was appropriate to just talk about it right now, and I hope and nobody take offense to what I said. I just know that it's needed to be
They
said,
shouldn't.
and it's being
Shouldn't.
honest, and it's coming from a really good place. I want us all to win. Ain't no way our brothers shouldn't be 1,000 or 5,000 and 10,000 by now.
Yeah.
Ain't no way. But I just want everybody to win. And I know it's a strategy if we all jump on because we thinking we're doing something. You're not. You're depriving your growth on these YouTube streets. Don't deprive your growth by doing that because you sabotage yourself. Like I can't
Mhm.
wait for brother TNT and all of the whole group to just jump to 10,000. You guys' information is so valid. Like you share such good topics, guys. And in a way, you all can't be 10,000, can't be 20,000, can't be 100,000. You deserve that because you give a lot in. And I know right now it may feel like, oh my God, I'm putting in so much and it's getting weary. But in due timing, we're gonna be like from one to the next. For the TNT's at 100, woo woo. Sister Virus at 100,000, woo woo, and everybody else gonna just chime in. But the etiquette of this internet, we just need to focus in and learn a little bit better. And with that, guys, I just want
Amen.
to say, if Sister Elvira don't have anything else to add,
No,
I will
I'm
I will just go ahead and close out. And I said,
mhm.
I appreciate you guys for joining in. Thank you, Sister Davis. Thank you, Sister Elvira. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. This is episode 1. Episode 2, I'll make sure we're going to post ahead of time so nobody can trample us. At least y'all can see it for a week in
Girl,
advance. And
they don't care, Paulette. They don't
I'm
care.
just saying, no, we'll talk about it so we could do
You're gonna have
better
it
next
posted
time.
for a week, and guess what? 30 minutes before you go on, ping, ping.
I know, but at the end of the day, I'm just saying. And then I don't know when you're gonna do your topic, sister.
I
When
don't.
we when you do your topic, look at Brother Endora. He don't miss nothing. But we're gonna do your topic, and we're gonna do another collab. We're gonna try to do a collab once a week
I think
or
another
once.
is striving in holiness will be good. I got
Um.
I think
Okay.
Friday maybe I don't want because I don't want to hold you up at all, but we could chat about that. I haven't
Yeah,
thought
we'll
about
talk.
that much, but
We'll talk.
we could talk about that more.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go ahead and get off the camera. I love you. I'm gonna let you
Okay,
close out the
sister.
show. I love you. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye. We love you guys. And thanks for dropping by. Thank you, Sister E. And we'll see you guys next time. Good night, everybody. Deuces. And we're going to end this stream right now. Bye. Give me 1 second. And we out. Deuces. Thanks for coming by, guys. We'll see you all next time.